Recording in progress.
Hi, Oui. Oui. Oui.
Sound testing 1 2 3. Sound testing 1 2 3.
We can hear you, Honorable Mine.
Thank you. Maybe while we are still in the foyer before the meeting starts, Minister, are you there? I wanted to just ask you something briefly.
If it's Marupin Ramokopa, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Minister, just I'm just assuming we're just having coffee, electronic coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, just a chit chat, a quick one, Minister. Could you please? I just don't want to raise this thing in the formal meeting. We've had a discussion, a spirited discussion last time. Your department, Stats SA, continues to use classification which is not provided for in the law. They have made what they think makes sense, but it's not in the law. They have a classification called a Black African. Now, I'm saying there is no such a thing in any of our laws. So can they please stick to what is in either the Employment Equity Act or in the Broad-Based BE Act, where Black are defined as a group term for Africans, colored, and Indians. That's what it is. So you're either an African or a colored or an Indian, whether it's wrong or right, but that's what that's what the law provides for currently. Only State SA in South Africa is using its own classification called Black African. I have a problem with this. So could you please offline deal with it in your department?
Thank you. Unfortunately, State SA is with Minister Kumbuzo. However, they are here, and I will relay the message to her to speak to the SG.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, honorable members. The chairperson is still having problems with the connection, but he'll be in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning.
We do have a quorum, so you can start the meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. So just about to start the meeting. It's now just 2 minutes, 1 minute past 9. Welcome, everybody. I'm still trying to sort out what a network issue. I can't even show my face, so I'll sort that out soon. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to the meeting. Today is our annual report session. It's a first for this new committee to take stock of the work of the departments and entities reporting to this committee. You know that we're inheriting work from the previous enlarged committee of DPSA, where all of these were reporting. So I want to welcome all of you members. I want to welcome the minister and the deputy minister. Welcome the AG. The agenda would have been sent to you. We will follow that agenda. But quickly, just to ask the secretary if we have any apologies. Formally submitted apologies.
Yes, Chairperson, I received 5 apologies. One apology from the Deputy Minister, Honorable Pinky Kekana, she's out of the country, and another one from Honorable Zungula, and another one from Minister Njabeni, and another one from Honorable Maklua. He'll be leaving the meeting early, and the last one from Deputy Minister Mutau. Thank you.
Just you have to repeat that. You have explained the reasons for DM Kekana. Honorable Maklua will leave early. You've explained others. There are others that you did not explain what the reasons are.
Deputy Minister Mutau is out of.
Come again?
Deputy Minister Mutau is out of the country, and Honorable Zungula is attending another meeting.
Is that Deputy Minister Mutau or Kekana?
Mutau.
Okay.
Kekana is also out of the country.
Yes. Please go through all those apologies and just give the reasons.
Okay, the first one from Deputy Minister Kekana, she's out of the country. Honorable Zungula is attending another meeting. Minister Njabeni is also out of the country. Honorable Maklua will leave the meeting early. Deputy Minister Mutau is also out of the country.
Those are the apologies that you have received.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, those are the apologies, members, and I'm insisting that we get the reasons, firstly with formal submissions, because we take our work very seriously. We have to be respected when somebody is going not to be part of this meeting. We'll have to know the reasons. I hope you follow that properly. Can I just then, as we proceed, we've received those apologies. Before we proceed to the next items, just to make the point, colleagues, that the following steps would have taken place, would have received the actual annual report of each of the entities and the department appearing in front of us. Thereafter, would have received their presentations that come from those reports. And I make this point because the two are not the same. You have got an actual report that it is expected of us as members to read, and then you've got a presentation, and sometimes those presentations would not reflect everything that is in the report. And then we know ourselves as members, we have received backup information from our research team. We have also received the presentation of the Auditor-General, and so all of those are taken as read, having been received, and in the manner the presentations are going to be done, we'll take that into account. So thank you very much. having welcomed everybody else, if there's no particular issue, I see the hand of Honorable Morolong before I proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would have wanted us to really tread on the side of caution with respect to the apology of Honorable Mutaung, because it will go down on the records of the Portfolio Committee as she having been out of the country. I can confirm that she is not out of the country, and that I will further advise this meeting as it unfolds on her participation or inability to participate in the meeting. But I just thought, because it would have to go on the record that she is out of the country, that she isn't out of the country. I know that she is traveling, and I, as I've said, I will advise the meeting on her participation or non-participation later. I am talking to her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I just wanted to just a housekeeping issue on my side, just to request you to perhaps just estimate the comfort breaks, because otherwise we've got 9 to 4. If indicate just comfort breaks, and then because some of us don't have many members, we can't say, okay, you can go and come back, but you know, it's just all by yourself. If you go, you lose. Thank you, Chair.
No, we'll take that into account, Honorable Manyi. It's a fair point. Thank you, members. I now will proceed. You can take down that hand, Honorable Manyi, so that I don't ignore you being a legacy hand. Thank you. First up, I'm going to ask the Auditor-General, as indicated in the agenda, to take us through their presentation. AG who will give you about 45 minutes for you to make the presentation. You might not need all of that, but we'll give you that to make a presentation. Hopefully you will do less than that. Over to you, AG.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I just want to greet to all the Honorable Chair, the Honorable members, and I also want to acknowledge as well Honorable Minister and all the executives of the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation portfolio, and also greetings to my fellow colleagues from the Auditor-General. If you allow me, Honorable Chair, I would like first to introduce the team from the AGSA. I will start with myself. I am Nombakamo Matanzima, the business unit leader that oversees the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation portfolio. With me, I've got Nicholas Mukwena, if you can show your camera, who's the deputy business unit leader that oversees the audits of both the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, as well as Brand SA. And I've got Kumari Naika, the deputy business unit leader that oversees the Stats SA audit. I have Sipesi Langeni, the audit senior manager that is in charge of both the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and Brand SA audits, who is also gonna be our lead presenter for today's briefing. I've got Putehi Matladi, who's the audit senior manager in charge of the audit of SSA. Honorable Chair and honorable members, thank you once again for affording us this opportunity to share with you the insights that we've generated for the portfolio throughout the audit process. And our insights, Honorable Chair and members, speaks to the mandate of these entities, their financial management, and also the compliance with the laws and regulations. These insights, Honorable Chair and members, will also will enable you to be able to exercise your oversight responsibilities. Honorable members, we as HSA, we have embarked on our culture shift strategy that is really targeted at service delivery imperatives to ensure that there's improved lives of the citizens. And really at the core of our 2030 culture shift strategy is our aspiration as Auditor-General to really move a critical mass of our auditees to a culture characterized by performance, accountability, oversight, and integrity. And the focus is to have a more direct, stronger, consistent impact on improving the realities, the lived realities of the South Africans. So with this strategy, Honorable Chair and members, it is something that we cannot do alone to shift this culture. We have identified critical key role players within government that we can strategically partner with them. And one of those entities as well is planning and monitoring and evaluation portfolio, because it really plays a very critical role in ensuring, in facilitating, coordinating, and implementation, one of the government key aspirations that is set out in the National Development Plan. So we are partnering with them to ensure the culture of performance and accountability is achieved. Given that, honorable members and chair, that this is the first time that we'll be presenting to the committee, we will try when we are presenting to also provide you with the historical insights that we have generated in the previous years and how those were addressed, and also if they are still recurring. Without further ado, Honorable Chair, I would like to hand over to Spesihle Mlangeni, who will lead the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Mlangeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members.
Mr. Mlangeni.
Indeed,
Go ahead.
Chairperson. Thank you very much. I'll be taking you through the presentation as Ms. Matanzima has indicated. So I'll switch off my camera just so that members can be able to see the screen with the presentation. Honorable Chairperson, our mission and vision. The Auditor-General of South Africa has a constitutional mandate, and as the supreme audit institution of South Africa, it exists to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. Our vision is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Ms. Matanzima has already highlighted in terms of the key role players that have an important role to play to be able to shift the public sector culture. On the left-hand side, we have leadership and decision makers. On the right-hand side, we have support and oversight structures. And those oversight structures would include this portfolio committee with an important role to play in terms of exercising oversight over the portfolio. And the coordinating departments, you'll also note, Chairperson, that this Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation with an important role to play in planning, monitoring and evaluation, service delivery, as well as planning processes for government to ensure that government programs are achieved. A quick reflection in terms of the recommendations that we had made in the prior year to the portfolio committee that was responsible for the auditees that are under this new portfolio. So, Chairperson, we made 6 recommendations in the prior year, and 3 of those recommendations are currently in progress. The other three are not implemented, and I'll quickly highlight in terms of those that have not been implemented. The commitments that were not implemented, Chairperson, relates to acting incumbents being included in the performance management processes, as currently there is no requirement for acting incumbents in a Director General and Head of Department position to be required to sign performance agreements and be assessed accordingly. The other commitment that is not implemented, Chairperson, is the finalization of the merger between Brand South Africa and South African Tourism, which is pending a cabinet approval. This recommendation had been made because the pending measure was having an impact in terms of the filling of key vacant positions at Brand South Africa. In terms of overall audit outcomes for the portfolio has 3 auditees, being the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Brand South Africa, and Statistics South Africa. First of all, Chairperson, it is important that I acknowledge and commend the auditees within the portfolio in terms of submission of annual financial statements by the 31st of May, which is a requirement of Public Finance Management Act. In terms of the improvement over the administration term, at the beginning of the administration term, there was only 1 auditee that had a clean audit, which was the DPME, and DPME has throughout the administration period sustained clean audit outcomes. Brand SA and Statistics South Africa had unqualified with findings at the beginning of the administration term, but in the 2022-2023, there has since been an improvement at Brand SA with the entity achieving a clean audit outcome. So just to provide a history of the audit outcomes, Chairperson, DPME, as I highlighted, has sustained a clean audit outcome throughout the administration period. In fact, even in the previous administration period, they managed to sustain a clean audit outcome. Brand SA was in the unqualified with findings category, where material non-compliance was reported in relation to procurement and contract management, material adjustments to the annual financial statements, and consequence management in the 2019-20. In the 2020-21 period, Brand SA had material adjustments to the financial statements, and in 2021-2022, the material adjustment issue recurred with an additional matter, which was asset management at that point in time. Then in 2022-2023, Brand SA attained a clean audit, as I have highlighted, Chairperson. With Statistics South Africa, the department had a material non-compliance in terms of procurement and contract management in 2019-20, 2020-21, and 2021-2022. In the 2021-2022, there was an additional material non-compliance relating to the adjustments to the annual financial statements. In the current year, procurement and contract management, expenditure management, and consequence management are some of the issues that we reported as material non-compliance in the audit report of Statistics South Africa. So in terms of the overall message, I've highlighted the overall audit outcomes, Chairperson, and I just want to acknowledge the quality of submitted financial statements that were submitted by all 3 auditees, which was of good quality, and there were no material adjustments identified across all the 3 auditees. In relation to the quality of submitted annual performance report, Brand SA and Statistics South Africa did not have any material adjustment in terms of the quality of performance report. With the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, there were material misstatements that were identified across 3 indicators, but those material misstatements were since corrected, resulting in the department not having any material findings on the auditor's report. From an expenditure management perspective, we noted that the portfolio has an aggregate of 253.5 million in terms of irregular expenditure in CAD, of which 99% of that chairperson relates to irregular expenditure in CAD by Statistics South Africa. The majority of the irregular expenditure in CAD by Statistics South Africa relates to contract awarded to bidders who did not meet the minimum score for functionality. And this is attributable to lack of effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure. It would be critical then, Chairperson, that the accounting officer should implement preventative controls to prevent instances of non-compliance with supply chain management prescripts. Under procurement and contract management, Statistics South Africa had material findings, which relates to declarations that to suppliers who did not submit declarations that they were employed by the state or were connected to persons employed by the state. This, again, is attributable to lack of adequate oversight and monitoring in relation to compliance with laws and regulations. Honorable Chairperson, at Statistics South Africa, there was also a material non-compliance identified in relation to consequence management, as the department did not investigate all cases of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It would then be critical, Honorable Chairperson, that the department promptly investigate cases to determine if there was any losses in CAD and apply any recommendations that would emanate from the investigation. We also says the mandate of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation under the umbrella of coordinating ministries. And as AGSA, we have built a good relationship with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to assist in sharing insight in terms of our observations from a planning, monitoring and evaluation perspective. Our focus was on, number one, review of draft APPs for national and provincial departments, where we noted that there's been improvement in the quality of draft annual performance report, draft annual performance plans submitted by departments to the AGSA after the DPME performed the review of those plans. We, however, noted, Chairperson, that DPME may not always be able to enforce the implementation of its recommendation because in the moment there is currently no legislation that empowers the DPME to enforce the recommendations. We also looked at the area of integrated planning, where we noted that there's still continued fragmented planning in the public sector that can lead to inefficient use of state resources where funds are being spent without achieving the desired outcome due to inadequacies in the planning process. We looked at the ministerial DGs and heads of departments performance management, where the DPME is tasked with coordinating the signing of performance agreements and reviews as part of its monitoring function. Chairperson, if you can just confirm if you're able to see the slide that I'm on.
No, it's dark.
Chairperson, can I just check? I've been just on that first slide on my side. Nothing has changed there. He's been talking and there's been no other change of slides. All I have is a slide with the, yeah. Okay, only now do I get a change.
Okay, you have it now. Okay. All right. So I was on the slide reflecting on the work that we have performed under coordinating ministries. So with regards to the performance assessments of directors, generals, ministers, and heads of departments, we noted that the DPME did perform the assessments of ministerial performance assessments, with the exception of the minister in the presidency due to sensitivity of information. For directors general and heads of departments, we noted that the compliance rate stood at 84%. And that is due to acting incumbents not being required to submit performance agreements to the DPME. And as such, the assessment of those individuals would not take place as they would have not signed any performance agreements. It is therefore critical that the portfolio committee monitor and regularly follow up with the executive authority an accounting officer on progress made in the development and implementation of action plans, particularly relating to status A, as the department had material non-compliance instances, which I've highlighted, Chairperson. It is also critical that the portfolio committee monitor and regularly follow up with the executive authority in terms of the filling of key vacant positions at Brand SA, and advocates for collaborative work between the DPME and the DPSA to enhance the performance management process in relation to the heads of departments and directors general. In terms of performance planning and reporting, Chairperson, Brand SA and Statistics South Africa submitted annual performance report that did not contain any material misstatements. DPME submitted an annual performance report that had material misstatements. However, those misstatements were corrected, hence there were no material findings reported in the auditor's report. In this slide, we highlight the performance of the auditees within the portfolio. What is commendable, Chairperson, is that all auditees in the portfolio managed to achieve more than 90% of the targets in the annual performance plans, as reported in the annual performance report. The auditees in the portfolio also demonstrated that they are achieving the medium-term strategic framework for the portfolio, starting with Brand SA, which has a key target relating to increased attractiveness and thereby competitiveness of national brand. The entity has done well in terms of positioning the country positively across the world. An example of that being the positioning of South Africa in the World Economic Forum in Davos, which normally takes place in January of each year. The DPME has also performed the review of strategic plans and annual performance plans, as I highlighted earlier on, and contributed positively to the quality of annual performance plans by the departments, and also performed further reviews where there were changes emanating from SONA priorities or any other budget priorities that would be reported or finalized after this annual budget speech by the Minister of Finance. The DPME also performed performance or assessments for ministers and directors general to enhance transparency and accountability in relation to the performance of those individuals. Statistics South Africa has shared with the country and the general public insightful data, which is required and informs some key decisions that are taken by the country. An example of that, Chairperson, would be the results that were released 3 days ago relating to a census, which has information around the number of individuals living in the country and in each respective region and province. I've already highlighted on the coordinating ministries in terms of the various areas that we looked at, being the area of the assessment of APPs, draft APPs, performance management for ministers, and performance management for directors general and heads of department. I've highlighted on the improvement of the overall quality, so I'm not going to repeat that, Chairperson, but I think what is key is the root cause that we attribute to some of the challenges that we observed linking to the enforcement, the lack of enforcement powers, which then result in lack of consequence management for departments that do not implement the recommendations of the DPME. And the fact that the DPME currently does not have any legislative powers to make amendments to the performance management guidelines to include acting directors general and acting heads of departments. Our recommendation in relation to these issues is that there needs to be an advocacy of the integrated planning across all spheres of government to promote better coordination, collaboration, and alignment of planning, monitoring, and evaluation across the 3 spheres of government. The DPME and the DPSA would need to jointly work together to enhance the performance management process for heads of departments and directors general. Also, it will be critical that the DPSA's performance management system be revised to include acting incumbents, as this is one of the critical issues around the compliance rate, which continues to be low. In terms of the implementation of material irregularities, Chairperson, material irregularity process was applied across the 3 auditees, and I can confirm, Chairperson, that there are currently no material irregularities that we identified in the portfolio. I've touched on the issue of quality of financial reporting in the opening slide. What is critical, Chairperson, in relation to financial health is that we have noted a significant debtors collection period at the Brand SA, which is over 90 days. In actual fact, the figure is 175 days, which is almost half a year to collect amounts that are owed by the entity. Under expenditure, we identified instances of fruitless and wasteful expenditure with an aggregate value of 186,000 rands for the portfolio, with Brand SA contributing 15,000 and Statistics South Africa contributing 171,000 rands. When one looks at the average creditor payment period, which is the number of days it takes on average to pay suppliers, DPME takes on average 18 days, Brand SA 12 days, Statistics South Africa takes about 8 days. The important thing that I just need to mention, Chairperson, is that when you look at the debtors collection period for Brand SA and the creditor payment period, there is a significant mismatch, which means that Brand SA is paying its suppliers much quicker than its debtors are paying it. Under impact, Statistics South Africa ended the year in a deficit and incurred unauthorized expenditure totaling 808 million rands. Statistics South Africa also ended the year in a cash or in an overdraft of 1.04 billion. These issues at Statistics South Africa are as a result of the census project, which the department embarked on during the financial year under review. A significant portion of the cost having been incurred in relation to personnel and assets such as motor vehicles and tablets. It is important, Chairperson, to note that most of the tablets were donated to the Department of Basic Education after the census project was concluded. I've already explained on the procurement and payments. I'm not going to go into detail, as well as compliance with legislation. What is important, Chairperson, to highlight on the slide is that National Treasury issued an instruction note, which has a significant impact in terms of the disclosure of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Some of the key changes emanating from this instruction note is, number one, the movement in the disclosure of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been moved from the annual financial statements to the annual report. And PFMA institutions will only disclose irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the current year, with a comparative of 1 year for irregular expenditure incurred in the preceding year. Also, historical balances have been completely removed from the annual financial statements. What this means then, Chairperson, is that as part of the audit of annual financial statements, we no longer express an opinion on the movement of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as the balances. We did, however, refine our audit approach to ensure that we uphold transparency by continuing to audit those figures that have been disclosed in the annual report. And in our auditor's report, we did highlight whether there were instances where we identified errors or incomplete, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. I can confirm that for this portfolio, no such instances were identified. The key message to the portfolio, Chairperson, is that it will be important that members also have sight of the compliance and reporting section of the annual report so that they can have a better understanding in terms of the movement that have been experienced in the various auditees. This slide reflects on annual irregular expenditure over the administration period. As illustrated, irregular expenditure was at 83 million in the first year of administration, and it reduced significantly to 5.7 million in the 2020-21 financial year. and increased significantly in the prior to 342 million. And currently, the annual value is 254 million, with a significant portion of that being irregular expenditure attributable to Statistics South Africa. We also assessed the pillars of procurement which were breached to determine which are the key pillars breached in terms of the instances of irregular expenditure identified. What we noted, Chairperson, is that the biggest contributor or the pillar that was breached is mainly the competition pillar, where Statistics South Africa had 3 quotations not obtained with a value of 243,000 rands, contract awarded without following competitive bidding process, mainly attributable to the census project, where 253 million was incurred, as well as under DPME deviations not approved by the correct officials at 491,000 rands. We've also provided values in terms of the fairness and the transparency umbrella in terms of the breaches that we identified under those categories. First, we also looked at the area of consequence management dealing with irregular expenditure. This slide reflects the gradual increase of irregular expenditure in the portfolio over the last 5 years, with the value currently sitting at 755 million rands, and the biggest contributor of that being Statistics South Africa, which constitute 93% of the value. Irregular expenditure that is not dealt with is largely attributable to investigations that were not conducted at Statistics South Africa and investigations that have not been concluded at Brand SA and DPME. In terms of root causes, recommendations, and commitments, Honorable Chairperson, the first root cause is the lack of adequate oversight and monitoring over compliance with laws and regulations. And this is linked to the material instances of non-compliance reported at Statistics South Africa, inadequate review of annual performance report and underlying supporting information. This is linked to the material corrections to the annual performance report submitted by the DPME. The third root cause is that the DPME is not legally empowered to unilaterally amend the Director-General and Head of Department Performance Management guidelines, including acting incumbents. And we have noted fragmented planning and coordination across the spheres of government. So the lack of consequence management and the lack of powers of the DPME to compel institutions to implement their recommendation does contribute to fragmented planning, because some of the departments are planning in contravention of what the DPME may be recommending. Because when the DPME performs its review, they ensure that the review is conducted to ensure alignment with government plans, with the medium-term strategic framework, and other programs of government. So when departments decide not to implement the recommendations of the DPME, that then contributes to fragmented planning, where departments are just planning without being aligned to key programs of government, which the DPME would have provided guidance on. We also noted the last root cause being the challenges with lack of consequence management process for departments who fail to implement the recommendations of draft APP. I think I have already highlighted that there is a causal link between the fifth and the fourth root cause in terms of the issues that we have noted in terms of the planning of government programs. Our recommendations to the accounting officers and accounting authority is that all instances of irregular expenditure should be promptly investigated, and the recommendations from the investigation should be actioned. The accounting officers and accounting authority should compile and implement an audit action plan to address the 2022-23 findings. Enhance the reviews of the annual performance report and oversight role before submission for audit processes. And this is linked to the issue of the quality of the annual performance report by the DPME. And then the achievement of MTSF targets should be closely monitored. Considering that we are coming to the end of the current MTSF period, it would be important that the accounting officers and accounting authority continue to monitor the achievement of targets, to ensure that ultimately when we get to the end of the MTSF period, the key targets have been achieved. Our recommendations to the executive authority is to follow up with accounting officers and accounting authority to ensure that our recommendations are being implemented, and to advocate for integrated planning across all spheres of government to promote better coordination, collaboration, and alignment of planning, monitoring, and evaluation. And lastly, to jointly oversee and collaborate with the Minister of Public Service Administration on the work between the DPME and DPSA to enhance the performance management process and include acting incumbents who are currently not compelled to perform, to submit performance agreements and assessments. In terms of our key message to the Portfolio Committee, number one, it would be to monitor and regularly follow up with the Executive Authority and Accounting Officer on the progress made in the development and implementation of root cause-focused audit action plans. Monitor and regularly follow up with the Executive Authority on the lifting of the moratorium to fill vacancies, pending the merger of Brand SA and South African Tourism. Monitor and regularly follow up on enhancements on the performance management process of the heads of departments and directors general by the DPME and DPSA. And lastly, advocate for integrated planning across all spheres of government to promote better coordination, collaboration, and alignment of planning, monitoring, and evaluation across the three spheres of government. Chairperson, I've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Ms. Matan,
Yes.
any final word you want to say?
That's it, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members from our sides. This is the insights that we have gathered for this portfolio. And I also want to thank SPE for his comprehensive delivery. And I will hand over to you, Honorable Chair, for any further comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you to the AG team led by yourself. Thank you. You have outdone yourself. You spare 2 minutes that you didn't utilize. So you set a good example. Others that will follow will have to pay the price of your precision. Thank you for that. Honorable members, that is the presentation from the AG. I just want to, you can take it off now. Take the thank you off, Simbonile. So honorable members, that's a presentation. I just wanted to check with you that perhaps what we can do, because that presentation will be applicable to all the presentation of entities, that perhaps we can spend few minutes for you to interact and get clarities with the AG and hold back on issues of direct questions to those entities until they make their presentations. Can we do that? If there's any questions or clarities you need from the AG, that issues that you did not necessarily understand, because they are not the department. The department will have to answer, or the entities must answer for themselves in this. I note Honorable Meglu. Any other member? Honorable Manyi. Thank you. Honorable Piri. Those are the members I'm noting for clarities. Honorable Meglu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine is short. It is just to say perhaps if members can be allowed to sneak in some of the issues that might be during the presentation be responded on. Otherwise, we have to wait for the departments to interrogate them of what is happening from both sides, the AG report as well as the department's presentations.
Noted, Honorable Meglu. Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I hope I'm audible. Okay, a couple of things from my side, Chair. Firstly, the AXA, Ms. Matanzima, they made reference to the NDP. My understanding of the NDP as things stand is that it has missed virtually all its targets. It's way off track. So I'm not so sure whether what value does reference to NDP still have. If I can just get clarity on this. Yeah.
Okay.
Chair, are you intervening, Chair?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But a few things, about 5 things. So
Okay,
that's just
go ahead.
Yeah, so that's just the one as to why are we even talking NDP, which has missed all its targets as a frame of reference. That's the first thing. Secondly, Chair, through you, Chair, on the mission statement of the AXA, it's just a point in passing. We don't have to waste too much time on it, but just a point in passing. In the mission, you say there that you want to be the supreme audit institution, whatever. I thought you had achieved that already. I'm not so sure. If not, if I'm correct that we've achieved that already as the supreme institution, is it not time to review your mission now that you've really achieved this? Unless you're still shooting to achieve it. As I say, but we don't have to waste a lot of time on this. It's just an issue. Now, on the very first slide of the presentation, which actually in my situation here got stuck here for a while. I don't know whether I'm the only one where I had that slide for the longest of time whilst the presenter was presenting. I then had time to really look at this slide properly. You had the color coding, the green, red, and orange. Out of that slide, of your 6 recommendations that you made, there's not one green. So in other words, there's 0 implementation that you've reflected. Out of 6 recommendations that you've made, I repeat, 0 was implemented. I was not even so clear when the presenter was presenting as to what exactly I'm going to be talking to now, because nothing that was recommended was actually implemented. I'm just worried about that, to say, what does this mean? And all of that, yeah. So if we could talk to that 0 implementation, is my understanding correct? That 0, because there's no green there in that color coding of 6 key issues. And then Stats SA, I must say, I'm shocked actually. In fact, not only shocked, but actually disappointed. I really had high ratings last time of Stats SA and all of that. But when I get this report now to see that 808 million unauthorized, that's a serious issue. Unauthorized expenditure. I mean, don't have the definitions in front of me here, but this looks like, I know that unauthorized is something very serious. Spending money you don't have, spending money on things that were not designated for that money. It's almost like they do as they please. For 808 million, book. I have a problem with this. And the issue I have a problem with, Chair, is that I don't see any recommendations for consequence management. How can we have almost R1 billion Kavula's book and no concomitant action taken against people that have done as they pleased with the state's money? I mean, we also have 253 million contracts awarded without following process. But I don't see what are the consequence management for people that are messing up like this. I really have a problem with consequence management. I'm very happy that you've raised these issues, but I'm nervous that I don't see why there's no consequence. I know that you're not going to take consequence management yourselves, but I think we're in a position to recommend that something needs to happen. Lastly, on the key recommendations going forward, I'm not seeing any reference to the cleanup of the 21-22 recommendations which were not implemented. Are we now saying they have expired or whatever? We no longer worry about them. They are not implemented. what happens to those recommendations that in the current dashboard they have not been implemented? Those are the questions for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mani, Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to your good self, and good morning to the AG and the entire delegation. Chair, let me go direct as you have advised that we're still gonna get other reports from, let's say, the department and Brand SA. But I think I'll be very short. One thing that I want to ask the AG, in their presentation, they've made a mention that the department on its own, the DPME, does not have a teeth to bite in regard with department who are not complying with their recommendation, or they don't have any tool or a constitutional mandate that makes them to hold those who are not taking their recommendation seriously. Then the question to the AG that I want to pose is that you, as much as you have observed that and you have raised that in your presentation, what provision does the DPME have to take the consequence management action for the department that don't implement their recommendations? So how will you assist the department to do it? What will be your recommendation as the AG to us as the portfolio committee, that we play oversight, that we must also assist the department DPME to do their work? What recommendation will you give to us? So I think that is paramount and very critical before we could speak any other loopholes, any other things that we see. But what will be actions that must be taken by the department, and which tool must the department use to make sure that they do take the department that are not complying, and they must give them consequences? So I think my question it's based on that. But secondly, Chair, what are those the observations that the AG has made in terms of the weaknesses and in implementing the mandate from the department? Maybe to be specific, what proposal does the AG make in regard with the observations that they've observed for the department, and what is their recommendation? Because I believe the AG has a role to play in terms of assisting the DPME to do its work so that service delivery can go to our people. They've raised the issue of APPs that I've heard the presenter mentioning that in the APPs that are not addressing the SONA statement that is made by the president. Therefore, what must happen? What role can we assist into making sure that those APPs are aligned with SONA? SONA must not just be a statement or an event, but it must be taken to action. So, Chair, let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Piri. AG, responses to those. I hope you got everything clear to respond to. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you as well to the honorable members for their questions. The team as well on the call from Auditor-General will definitely supplement some of the responses, but I will kickstart, Honorable Chair. If I may probably start with the Honorable Mani, because Honorable Maklu, I don't think it was a question, I don't think it was more of a comment, Honorable Mani, but I would want to start and also to combine with Honorable Pirija on what he just raised when it comes to the legislative power, for the Department of Planning and Monitoring not having legislative enforcement powers to ensure that their recommendations are actioned. And also to speak to the recommendations from the prior year, that as Auditor-General we raised in that regard. So because of this, most of the departments, some of the departments not actioning the recommendations from the DPME in the previous year, then we recommended that the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation should be invited and be present in Parliament when the APPs of different departments are tabling their APPs to ensure that their inputs from the draft APPs are considered in the final APPs that are being tabled, and also on the annual performance plans. So that was to us to close that kind of a gap of ensuring that what they've raised that has not been actioned, whatever end up in Parliament being tabled by their respective department, their recommendations can confirm that they were taken into account. So that recommendation actually was trying to close that gap. However, as Honorable Pri said, what are we trying to do? So that recommendation, I think it should continue until such time the legislative powers the legislative powers issue is addressed. But I do know that the current draft integrated planning bill is one of the things that are actually going to be in that bill that seeks to achieve that area. So I will just say yes, that is that. And then the second thing I think, Honorable Piri, is that yes, we do have work very closely with the Department of Planning and Monitoring key executives. We've got a task team where we work together to ensure that the APPs are of quality, and most of the indicators specifically as well from the MTSF as well as the SONA pronouncements and priorities and other government priorities are included. Also on our side as Auditor-General, we proactively review these APPs together with the Department of Monitoring so that we can ensure that our findings are also implemented, and we table those findings of our proactive review to Parliament. So that's that. So that's what we are currently doing. So I would say that yes, these recommendations they are still in progress, and then I know the ministerial intervention as well to ensure that they do get that seat in Parliament when the department, they are currently working on it to ensure that the situation is addressed. So that's that. So I would also advise that the committee continue to track this and ensure the implementation of the prior recommendations. I know, Honorable Manye, you also ask why there's no recommendation that pertains to prior recommendations. I think we summarize it on the first recommendation to Parliament that they must monitor action plans. They must monitor follow-up with the executive authority, accounting officers, progress made in development and implementation of the action plans. So as part of the action plans, all the issues that we've raised, including the prior ones, are normally covered on the audit action plan. So it is part of that recommendation. So it is going to be important for the committee to ensure that all the action plans that will be tabled by the respective department or entities also include the prior findings and also observations so that those are addressed. That's what I will do. And then with regard to, I think, the area of the NDP, I think I think for us, there's Auditor-General, the National Development Plan is still important because it does provide a roadmap for the country to achieve its goals and overcome its challenges. So the NDP, of course, it's not a static document, but a living plan that can be adapted and revised as circumstances change. So it is also a plan for the whole country, not just the government. So it requires the participation, the collaboration of all sectors of society, including civil society, business, labor, academia, media, and citizens. So the NDP aims to create a better future for all South Africans by improving the quality of the public services, creating more jobs, strengthening democracy, protecting the environment, enhancing the social justice. So it is still a roadmap that is being used as to achieve the goals of government. So that's that. And then in terms of the mission, yes, we are recognized as a supreme audit institution, and we will always strive to be better in our. So we cannot be complacent that we've arrived. We are the supreme audit institution. That's why we always enhance and strengthen our processes to ensure that we remain and maintain that supreme audit institution. So for us, it's still critical, and it's a major part of who we are as the Auditor-General. And then I know it was probably a comment as well, Honorable Manyi, in terms of the consequence management that are not applied by the statistics SA when it comes to unauthorized expenditure as well as irregular expenditure that has been, yes, it was mainly because of this census project is quite big, and there were gaps, control deficiencies that were identified when it comes to the competitive bidding processes not being followed when the appointment of the service provider to deliver on that project. I will just pause there, Honorable Chair, and please allow me, with your permission, for my team to supplement, augment some of the key questions that have been asked by the honorable members. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any member of the team wants to add?
Yes, Chair, if you'll allow. I think just to comment on Stats SA, if you look at the picture where we're reflecting on the improvements over the administration term. So when you look at the picture for Stats SA, just to make both the positive and the negative. So when you look at the three areas that we look at, which is the annual financial statements, we look at the performance information, some refer to it as audit of predetermined objectives, and we also look at compliance. On the two areas, which is the financial statements as well as the performance, Stat is actually doing very well. When they submit the financial statements, we get good quality financial statements that do not rely on the audit process to rectify material misstatements. However, the one area where they're struggling is the compliance part of things. So when you look at the picture, it shows you that I think over the years, they've been struggling with compliance, specifically following the SCM prescript. But on our side, we are committed to this journey. We'll walk the journey with them. So what we ordinarily do is that we do raise the findings, and then when we leave them with recommendations. And of course, then when we come back, we expect to find a draft action plan, of which we also participate in and review to make sure that the plan that they have in place deals with the recommendations that we have left when we left in terms of the audit process itself. So when you look at the non-compliance, I think over the years, also we did pick up that, yes, there is this non-compliance. And our biggest worry was that we're not seeing consequence management being implemented. Hence, you'll see that the difference now in the 22-23 report is that we highlighted another non-compliance to say we have not seen evidence that the department is actually implementing consequence management, which is something that we highlighted also in the audit report. So we are aware of the consequence management issues at the Statistics SA, and I think on our side, we are committed to working together with them and also to see and hopefully push them to the green side of the audit outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member, or is that it? Thank you. AG, Ms. Matanzima.
That's it from my side, Honorable Chair. I see there's another hand, I guess, from the Honorable.
Yeah, that's for the chairperson. Yeah. Leave the hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Manyi, is that a follow-up?
Yes, chairperson.
Okay, go ahead quickly.
Firstly, I welcome the responses. I really do welcome the responses, but I'm just not covered on the issue of. I'm not covered on the issue of unauthorized expenditure. I mean, I can't have the AG saying things about the nature of things and all of this in the how big the task is of census and all of that, because we've got treasury regulations. I think is it regulation 16A point something that deals with emergency procurement and all of that. So there should be no surprise and all of that. So why is it that it's almost like the AG is slack on this? We have a situation where something is reflected as unauthorized expenditure. This is almost like a financial misconduct, actually. It's quite a serious issue. And therefore, it's one thing for the department not to do consequence management. We can deal with the department and we'll deal with it when we get there. But right now, I'm still not covered. Why is it that when somebody has done what I consider, sitting here as a member of parliament, I consider as a financial misconduct, why is it that we don't have a recommendation from the AG to the accounting authority to say, deal with your stuff, whatever? Why don't we have that? I'm just not covered by that. And then, Chair, also on the NDP, again, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm aware of all the things around why the NDP is important. I'm not challenging or questioning the essence of the NDP, but I'm worried about the fact that the NDP, in an ideal world, it must be reviewed and all of that. But I know that sitting here and now, we don't have a reviewed NDP. We have the old document of 2012 and all of that. Now, to be referring to that as a frame of reference when it has missed all its targets, I'm struggling to see why is that making sense. But we don't have to waste time on it, just mentioning it. But right now, my main issue is this, and I know that there's all kinds of excuses that officials will make about irregular expenditure. We can deal with that. But unauthorized is at another level of delinquency. But AG, yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manyi. A quick response, Ms. Matanzima, but also to make the point, and I think Honorable Manyi has indicated that so that you also, whilst we're going to get a response, pack your issue so that when we get to States SA, you don't forget your issue to still raise with both the ministry and States SA on the matters. We also, as part of our program, have planned to have both the census to come here and be presented and we engage with it, as well as the 10-year review of the NDP. So the committee will have a space to deal with those issues effectively. It doesn't stop honorable members making reflections at this stage. AG and your team, quick responses to those so that we step off the item.
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond on the matter of unauthorized expenditure. Yes, we are aware of the unauthorized expenditure. So this is one of the items that we have actually elevated in the auditor's report currently. So it is a matter that we have emphasized on as an emphasis of matter in the audit report. So without risking responding on behalf of the department, but however, how the unauthorized expenditure came about is because if you remember the census went over by over 3 months because of some of the challenges that the department was faced with, one of which was when you look at the Western Cape, they were not getting the number of employees that they were looking for in terms of the actual census themselves. But yes, it is a matter that we've emphasized, and also in our recommendations, we recommended to the department to actually do investigations, and when we come back, we will look at the action plan as well. And just on that, currently I'm aware that they are engaging National Treasury on this very matter, also on the unauthorized expenditure, explaining as to what happened, and also National Treasury taking it on. And in the following week, they're also going on to SCOPA to deal with unauthorized. So it's a matter that is ongoing, and we are also keeping track on it on our side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Your last word, Ms. Nombakamo Matanzima.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and also thank you, Puteche, for that response. I think, yes, Honorable Manyi, we are raising this to the committee so that the committee can also exercise the oversight on it. So it's not, hence it's part of the reporting of our insights that we shared with yourselves. So that's something, but I do understand and know that the department, I mean the Stats SA, is also making sure that the matter is addressed. I will hold. Thank you so much, Chair. I've got no further comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate the team from the AG. And I do expect that if not all of you, some of you will be here with us throughout so that you're able to take notes as members engage directly with these entities and the department. This platform is also an evaluation platform for yourself. So thank you for that. We're now going to proceed and step off from that. And I will therefore now proceed to the next item, which is the DPME presentation. And in that regard, I want to welcome the minister. I hope she's here to welcome the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And to say to her, this is your new baby that you have inherited. You might not be clued up of everything else because you have inherited this, and this is your first annual report that you are presenting. But as you lead your team, I'm going to ask you to make your own overview remarks, and thereafter we will with you then go to, as you would indicate, who will lead the presentation, do that. But for now, we're inviting you as the Minister of DPME to make those remarks and brief overview to the committee. Honorable Minister Marupini Ramakgopa.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope that I'm audible. I see my lighting is not so good, but you
are audible, but I'm going to ask them to remove the presentation until you're done so that we can see you.
Okay. Okay, can I just continue while they're still removing the
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Director-General and Senior Managers of the Department, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation has a strategic role to play in leading and catalyzing development through the coordination of planning, monitoring and evaluation of government programs. The mandate of the DPME places it squarely at the center of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Hence, the country's planning system has a central role in the achievement of our developmental goals. Therefore, the department strives to ensure that all other plans, including sector plans, institutional plans, and plans across the spheres of government, are aligned with the National Development Plan and the MTSF and more effectively contributes to the achievement of common developmental goals. The DPME has made an important stride in strengthening integrated planning and improving harmonization of planning and synergies across the state machinery. Following an extensive diagnostic study on the state planning, the DPME, in consultation with stakeholders, developed the policy framework for integration or for integrated planning, which was adopted by Cabinet for implementation last year in 2022. The policy framework and its implementation plan build on progress made in institutionalizing planning, and seek to address gaps such as the fragmentation of planning, inadequate capabilities, and to improve coordination and modernize the planning system towards the achievement of better results. The policy framework was further informed by the production of the Development Planning Framework Bill, which I know we still have to send it to you for processing, which will provide for a legislative framework for the national development planning system involving the three spheres of government and organs of state informed by constitutional powers and functions. The DPME will continue to work with different sectors to embed a result-based approach and improve alignment with the NDP and the MTSF, as I've already said, through the standardization of indicators for sectors with concurrent functions. Standardized indicators for 8 sectors were approved for implementation in the 2023-2024 financial year. As 2023-2024 marks the final year of the 6th administration, and effectively the last year for the MTSF cycle of 2019 to 2024, the department has initiated a process to plan for the 7th administration. The department is mindful that in a world that is increasingly characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, the planning system and instrument need to demonstrate a greater degree of agility whilst advancing towards the achievement of the sustained or sustainable development agenda. Hence, the process of developing the 5-year plan for the 7th administration will be informed by a review of concurrent planning methodology and integrate new approaches such as scenario planning, which is quite important. We have seen that happening mostly in China, and it helps a lot, modeling and others. And I think that with scenario planning, the good part is that you can have 4 or 5 scenario plans, which you will say, this is what we'll do. If that doesn't work, we will try something else. The DPME has commenced with the 30-year review report to reflect on 3 decades of democracy that South Africa has gone through. The department complements the monitoring and intervention efforts with targeted evaluations of critical government programs with the intention to inform improved policy implementation and development impact. We had planned that we will take the issue of the report to cabinet next year and to yourself next year. However, the president has informed us they would like it to be this year. So we're working very hard to make sure that at least we do produce the report this year. In the financial year 2022-2023, the department completed 4 evaluations on Operation Pakisa, land restitution evaluation study, government flood disaster intervention, and also the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. In this financial year, the department aims to conduct evaluations related to youth employment creation programs, which is quite important because when you talk about unemployment, it is mostly with the youth. And when you then now make sure that you inform programs that speaks to the youth, you are also investing in the future benefits of the country. We're also going to be giving or conducting that evaluation on National Food, Nutrition and Security Plan, which is quite important. Additionally, the department continues to conduct rapid evaluations alongside the approved National Evaluation Plan, which is anchored on the 7 priorities of the MTSF of 2019 to 2024. Research on COVID-19 continued in 2022. A second edition of the COVID-19 country report is being finalized through collaboration with partners organization, which is the National Research Foundation, the Government Technical Advisory Center, and others. The reports are intended to inform intervention and management of similar health disasters for the future, because we all know that we are going to now live in the age of a lot of disasters that may come through. So we want to make sure that we are ready when those happen and systems in place are actually going to be followed and strengthened. The department wants to build sufficient evidence to inform planning and monitoring and assist government to develop results-driven policies. We also want to make sure that whatever it is that we do also goes to private sector as well as civil society. As we have, I think the AG has rightfully said, and we've been saying as well, that the NDP is not just something that must be implemented by government, but it is a plan for the entire country, for the entire nation. The DPME reiterates the clarion call for all stakeholders to work with government to realize the developmental priorities as set out in the NDP, as I've already said, and the NTSF 2019 to 2024. In this financial year, the department will work collaboratively with stakeholders to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state and contribute to the realization of the NDP development goals. In conclusion, honorable members, I wish to bring to the attention of this august committee that the department upholds good corporate governance as it has obtained a clean audit for the 11th consecutive year. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those important remarks that you have shared with us as the committee. That having been done, I don't know who's going to lead a presentation, the DG or whoever is going to play that role, given the nature of this being a transversal or overarching department. You now will start your presentation and will give you 50 minutes to do that. So whoever is going to make the presentation, that's the allocated time that you have. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister DM Rolung, colleagues from the AGSA, colleagues from the Presidency and DPME. Thanks once again for giving us this opportunity to present our annual report. My name is Robert Nkuna, the Director General of DPME, and I'm accompanied by the 5 DDGs of the DPME. They are all in attendance. We have our CFO in attendance and the representative of the National Planning Commission. Now, Chair, I will ask that I be assisted with the presentation by colleagues and will stick to the time that has been allocated. Let's go to the next slide. Now, that is the outline of the slide. We'll run through the mandate, the DPME core functions, vision, mission, and values, strategic plan impact statement and outcomes, quarterly organizational performance, detailed performance per program, financial performance overview. So I'll just run through some of those issues. Now, the minister has already covered us on this in terms of the mandate of the DPME, which entails the institutionalization of planning, monitoring work that we do, evaluations that we do. And let me say something around interventions, Chair. I think this will be the crux of the discussion that we are going to be having with the committee. That when you look at the report that we are going to be presenting, Chairperson, most of the time it focuses on the reports that we issue. Now, members will ask a question as to, are you just producing reports as a DPME? And the answer is that we indeed produce reports, but those reports are accompanied by interventions that we undertake as DPME. Now, it is an anomaly perhaps that the report that we're presenting will only focus on the reports produced and not tell you much about the interventions. And this is in part something that we're trying to address with the AGSA, that if departments are forced to come with indicators that appear to be more audit-oriented, that may make it very difficult for us to disclose the most important information that you want, because you don't want the reports, but you want to hear after these reports what has happened. So I need to state up front that we are aware of that anomaly and to assure yourself, Chair, and members that we do make interventions within the confines of what was stated earlier on, the absence of a legislative instrument that empowers DPME to do what's supposed to do. Just to highlight very quickly some examples of the interventions that will make as DPME whenever we are confronted with situations in government and beyond. One example is that of Mangaung, which is currently under administration, facing quite a lot of challenges. Now, what we did, Chair, we did an assessment of why is it that government is not able to turn around Mangaung. And we found that in part, the interventions by the province, treasury, and cooperative governance were not coordinated. So what DPME did was to call all those departments, call the DGs into a meeting and assist in creating a mechanism that will ensure that there is a collaboration in the interventions by the different parts. We have done the same with the National Health Insurance, wherein we realized that there were still some challenges in terms of coordination internally within a government, much so that before government faces the private sector and everyone, we need to ensure that there is coherent coordination internally within government. We intervene again by bringing on board the Department of Health, National Treasury, DPSA, SAPS, because it's a very big a dependency is going to be affected quite significantly by the changes arising out of the NHI. So again, out of that engagement, we created a mechanism that will ensure that internally within government, there is effective coordination of our approach to the NHI, and we're also paying attention to the need or capacity to ensure that government can coordinate first its part, but also the entire system of NHI. And lately and lastly, we are looking at NSFAS. We are concerned about the situation there. So Chair, what we'll do, we have asked the DG of the Department of Higher Education and Training to give us the intervention plan, which will then assess as a DPME and make our own kind of recommendation. So I was saying this by way of indicating that we are indeed intervening, whereas I acknowledge that the report in its very nature does not give you the glimpses in terms of the kind of interventions, and that will be addressed in our ongoing engagements with the AGSA. Now, in terms of the issues that have come up before I go to the highlights of performance, one issue that has come up is that from the AGSA report that acting incumbents do not sign performance agreements. So, Chair, we have a provision in government that as soon as you are appointed into an acting position, you need to update your performance agreement within a particular period. So that requirement is universal, applies to everyone, including HODs and DGs. However, we don't treat acting positions as like they are permanent positions. The reason being that we don't expect people to act for a long time. We can't have a situation where people acting for a very long time. And this is a matter that we're brought to the attention of the principals so that we can address it as a matter of a great agency. And one of the key interventions to deal with this, we have included in the performance agreements, the substantive performance agreements of ministers, they need to pay attention to the filling of vacancies. So once we do the comprehensive assessments of ministers at the tail end of this year, we will also deal with this so that the president can also see the kind of interventions by ministers with respect to the filling of vacancies. Now let's gallop to the next one. Now, this has already been mentioned, but the key issue here is that we see these functions as being interdependent. And so whilst the name is planning, monitoring, and evaluation, one can argue that the name can still be evaluation, monitoring, and planning, or evaluation, planning, and monitoring. So in our own application of the work that we do, we understand that everything is not linear, and we pay attention to the different interdependencies. Next. Now, the vision has already been stated. We want to be a leader and catalyst in achieving national development outcomes and impact in society. And in terms of the mission of the department, we want to develop and coordinate evidence-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation of developmental outcomes and impact, and values, client focus. This is very important for us. The fact that we don't have legislation, we are encouraged by the fact that people still, at least to a large extent, follow the guidelines issued by the DPME, even though we can't enforce some of the recommendations that we make. We want to be a learning organization, want to promote progressive and quality management practices, as has been indicated. We want to be accountable and transparent as a department that expect others to do the same. Next, let's move to the next slide. Now, very importantly, on the left-hand side, Chair, you will see that we created a triangle, a hierarchy of some of the levels of interventions that we pursue as DPME. We know now that everyone is concerned about outcomes, development outcomes, and the minister has impressed on us that in the ultimate analysis, whatever we do should be tied to clear and well-defined outcomes, and that's what's going to guide our intervention when we prepare for the next administration. Now we look at inputs, activities, outputs, and outcomes. So all these stages or aspects of the system are very important. We need to pay attention to everything. The most important thing is to make sure that they are always located at the right place at the right time. So this is a very important way of seeing the work that we do as a DPME. I've already indicated that we want to be an efficient department that is credible, that can be trusted, and that is informed by the way we are running the department, even when we encounter challenges. We also want to impact on the government system overall and ensure that there is effective oversight by the president and yourselves, and also the issue of accountability, I mentioned it. And we can't forget the citizens. I know we have not done much as DPME to go out and engage with the citizens, largely owing to the resources that we don't always have, but we do tap on the work of others, whether it's GCIS, State SA, and other organizations that engage with the citizens. So we may not do everything on our own, but we pay attention to what others are doing. Next. Now, overall, that is the performance of DPME. It has already been indicated by this AGSA that we managed to achieve 95% of the targets and 5% not achieved. And I'll speak to that quite briefly. Next. Yes, this obviously states the same in terms of the different programs. I'll ask that we move to the next slide. Administration, let's go to the next slide. Now, administration plays a very important role in the life of DPME. Although people call administration support function, at DPME, we see it as an integral function. So that's why we have to also account on the performance of this part of our work. There were 4 targets, 3 met, and 1 was not met. Let's move on to the one that was not met. Let's go straight to this one. Now, Chair, this is a very important part of the work of any state institution. Please go up where it starts. Next, the slide before this. Yes, Chair, the compliance with disclosures is very important because it marks the start of accountability by individuals. So when we talk about lifestyle audits, this speaks to that. And at DPME, we always have an endeavor to achieve 100%. And in this particular case, we achieved 99%. And consequence management is being implemented for colleagues who did not comply. So that's what we always do, because this is at the heart of the lifestyle audit of employees in state institutions. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on. This is national planning. This is the commission. And in the commission, you'll see, Chair, that we had targets to produce quite a number of reports. And as I've indicated, these reports are very important, including the one that you mentioned earlier on that will be coming to the committee. So the National Planning Committee, by its very nature, will produce reports because it's not an implementing body, and those reports are sent to different areas, including cabinet, the FOSAD, the DG clusters, and other associated institutions. Now, we met all the targets in terms of the reports, and members have seen in the actual annual report. So I'll ask that we move to the next branch, National Planning Coordination. Chair, while they do that, I need to explain that the difference between the National Planning, as in the National Planning Commission, and the National Planning Coordination branch within a DPME. Now, the National Planning Commission, as known, is responsible for long-term planning. But the National Planning Coordination branch within DPME is responsible for the coordination of the development of the 5-year plan and also the quality assurance of the annual performance plan. So that will be the distinction between the two, one long-term, the other medium-term. Now, in terms of performance, we met all the targets in this area. I'll ask that we move to the next branch. Let's move on to sector monitoring. Okay, let's go to sector monitoring. Now, this is sector monitoring, Chair. It does two things in the main. It traces the performance of the different sectors, which will go beyond what is happening in government, but at the same time, it's responsible for the MTSF tracking. It tracks the implementation of the MTSF, and on annual basis, we produce two main reports that go to Cabinet on the implementation of the MTSF. And again, in this branch, we met all our targets. So I would suggest that we move to the next branch, public sector monitoring. Now, in public sector monitoring, Chair, we also met all our targets. The most important thing in this branch is frontline monitoring, and this is where we house the presidential hotline. In our first engagement with yourselves, we went at great length in terms of the kind of activities or interventions that were involved in frontline monitoring. So I'll not go into details, but safe to say that we continue to attach great significance to this work, because that's the only opportunity that we have in the main for DPME to engage with the situation on the ground. So even when we deal with the performance of ministers against the priorities that they've signed with the president, we use this branch to go to the ground, to go and assess and verify some of the interventions. Let's move to the next branch. Okay, I've already spoken to this. We also do international relations in this branch. Then the last branch, Chair, as you go down, is evaluation and evidence, evaluations, evidence, and knowledge systems. Now, this is very important for DPME because it allows us to do some deep dive into some of the issues that we are grappling with, and Minister has already mentioned some of them, so I will not go into details. Now, in this particular area, Chair, we met all but one target. Now, the target that we did not meet, and it was not for the first time, I need to disclose this, is with regard to the digitization of DPME. That a department like this needs to be anchored around technology, 4IR, artificial intelligence, and we have been trying to procure a service or a solution that will help us to do this. And now there's been going for 3 years because we rely on CETA, we work with CETA on this one. We hope that, Chair, at some point in time, we are going to conclude this so that we can digitize everything in government, which will also allow yourselves, the president and others, to get access to the real-time work of the department. So we are pursuing this. We are not able, of course, that we have not met this target. Now, Chair, having done that on my side, let's go to the next one. Next slide. So I've spoken to this. Let's go to the next. Now, Chair, with your permission, let me ask the CFO to take us through the finances. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and the honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DG, and the colleagues from all departments and from DPME. The DPME was allocated a budget of 481 million. We managed to spend 442 million, and that translates to 91.2% of the allocated budget. We have to surrender to NRF 38.7 million. The next slide. The slide that follows depicts the spending in terms of, as per the table that was shown previously. The next slide, that is a contribution of each program per on the 91.2%. And the next slide, the spending per economic classification, compensation of employees, we had a budget of 323 million and we spent 94% of the budget. And under goods and services, we had a budget of 146.8 million and we spent 89% of the budget. And on payments for capital assets, we had a budget of 8.3 million and we spent 48% of the budget. Can we go to the reasons for underspending, which is the slide after this, after 43, slide 44? Slide 44, yes. The reasons for underspending under COE, it's because of vacant funded posts, which we are continuously filling as even in this financial year. For goods and services, the 21%, the underspending was due to inadequate responses to advertised bids, and then the outstanding invoices which were not received at the end of the financial year, and cancellation of a bid due to not meeting the requirements, i.e. the city master that DG has alluded to. And then we have improved as a department due to implementation of shortened turnaround times for procurement processes, so as to improve expenditure. In terms of the next page, the next slide. For payment for capital assets, the department had procured vehicles for frontline monitoring, and for the department, as at the end of the financial year, the delivery of those vehicles and furniture had not taken place. So we've requested Treasury for a rollover of 4.4 million to settle the accrued invoices. In terms of compliance matters, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. In terms of paying off invoices, valid invoices within 30 days, the department has achieved that. It processes the invoice on an average of 14 days, as the AG indicated. And in this current financial year, the department didn't incur any fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and it had continued with without incurring unauthorized expenditure. In the 2022-23 financial year, the department has significantly improved on reported irregular expenditure. We reported 491,000 irregular expenditure. This is as a result of internal controls that were improved, as well as consequence management that was implemented. I think we've reached the end of our presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, CFO. Chair, with your permission, in the remaining minutes, I will ask DDG Annette Grisel to comment on the implementation of the recommendations of the committee, followed by DDG Mahomo. They are aware that we don't have much time, so they will share the limited time that's available to conclude the presentation. Please return the presentation.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honourable members and colleagues. I will just speak briefly to the issues on slide 46 around the PC recommendations. It's slide 46, okay. We seem to be going in the other direction. Should I continue, Chair, in the meantime? So the minister has spoken to the issue.
Let them get to 46. I don't know what's difficult to getting to 46.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The minister has spoken to the issue of the policy framework, which was based on the diagnostic and was approved by Cabinet in September 2022. There's a very detailed implementation plan, which includes responsibilities, particularly of centre of government departments and others. That also includes the Development and Planning Framework Bill, which the minister also spoke to, and which is currently at a very advanced stage, has been presented to the Governance, State Capability and Institutional Development Cabinet Committee. The Office of the Chief State Law Advisors has also given a pre-certification and had also made inputs on certain revisions to be undertaken. So that is at an advanced stage. We also have the strategy to improve the quality of APPs, and the issues raised by the AGSA have also been addressed there. Further, we have had a lot of inputs on the development of the one plans and improving the quality of the one plans, which are part of the district development model, and in particular are paying attention to improving participation by national and provincial departments in the development of the one plans, in that they are supposed to be all of government and all of society in a particular locality. And then we also, the slides seem to have disappeared, but I'll continue. Further, we have various intergovernmental planning forums around improving coherence and alignment, but also identifying and replicating good practice. That includes the provincial lessons on the DDM and the one plans, which has been also shared with the different provinces as well as with the Department of Cooperative Governance. And then finally, what I'd like to mention here is that we were responsible for the co-production of the National Spatial Development Framework in order to address the spatial injustice that we have in our country, and also then to improve the integration of the NSDF within the planning system.
Just a pause, Dr. Christo. Whoever is responsible for the slide flighting, what is your problem?
So we're currently on slide 47.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So the implementation plan, and we would be happy to present the implementation plan and the progress, because there are multiple interventions that are already underway and that are very important in terms of addressing the fragmentation of the planning system, improving coherence towards improved development results. On the issue of the assessment of the APPs, that the Minister also spoke to that, in the past cycle, we did 3 rounds of assessment. We did the assessment of the first draft APPs, which were tabled at the end of October. We also then did an assessment of the alignment with the State of the Nation Address commitments. And finally, we have also looked at alignment of the national department APPs with the ministerial performance agreements. Thank you.
Chair, DG Mahoma will conclude the last 2 slides. Over to DG.
Good morning. Thank you very much, DG. Let me greetings to the Honorable Chair, the members of the committee, the Minister, the DM, the platform, as well as all the colleagues, in the platform. I will do the slide number 49 and number 50. So this is in response to the recommendation that the department must ensure that the MTSF monitoring and reporting system must assist in assessing performance of departments, and it's also used to compiling reports on the progress made and to determine whether government is in track to deliver on the objectives of the NDP. Our minister touched on this, that we also report on the biannually in terms of the MTSF, which is feeding into the NDP, and the alignment also, which was as alluded by my DDG, Dr. Chrisel, in terms of all the plans of government. All of them, they are also centered around the MTSF monitoring. We're using an integrated tool which touches on, quite a number of areas, and it is utilizing a number of, a number of systems and inputs from the different bodies in terms of the statistics as well as the researches and all the ambits of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation systems that we have. So this integrated system it provides a very intact and robust analysis of the performance of different departments. To respond to this, we have seen what the AGA has recommended. We are already have responded to it. We're implementing, we're in progress. So we are invited by the various portfolio committees when they are tabling their APPs, as well as the APRs, the annual report of those departments, for us to be able to give us the overview of how the department is doing, especially how it contributes towards the MTSF and towards the achievement of the objectives of the NDP. So in this slide, you can see that we've got those 3 bullets, which also tells us a little bit about how we are working, what is involved. Next slide, please. Next slide. In summary, I would say that our system uses the methodology and approach that is result-based. So we're anchoring our research, we're anchoring our reporting on result-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation. And we do that with evidence-based decisions, and result-based management and theory of change remains the foundation of what we do, the foundation of impactful planning, monitoring, evaluation. You've heard what the DG said earlier when he talked about the result change. So what is important for us is that we need to see change, we need to see outcomes, we need to see development happening in our country, and that is what this system do provide. Of importance again is that the system itself and the outcomes thereof, they are aligned to the performance agreements of ministers, the ones which have been published. They are aligned to it. We also, after every session of the parliament, which happens biannually, it takes 3 days, where the cabinet is sitting and discussing the reports, with cabinet committees. It takes 3 days. Those results are also part of the assessments of ministers. They are being converted into scores for ministers against the performance agreements. We've also aligned it now to the ministerial priorities, which are trying to fast track the implementation and realizations of the goals of the NDP and towards the end of this administration. Let me leave there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you concluded it with a lot of time that you have saved. So you can see now that you are given time, you stick to it. Thank you. The last few slides were important because they relate to the decisions of the committee. So it was important that we don't take chances and somebody flighting and not showing them, because you are coming here and you are saying this is what the committee, even if it's not these individuals, decided, this is how we've responded to that. It's very important to have done that. Thank you, DG. That would have been your last word on the presentations. DG, anything else before I invite the members?
Chair, there is nothing from my side unless the political principal want to maybe. Well, I leave that to you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, leave that to me. Miyeko, political principal. Uzabani xesha lakhe. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. You would have listened to the AG and said something about DPME. You listened to the minister and her remarks and overview, and the presentation led by the DG. We now are going to allow for members to interact with what has been presented here. And I am going to ask members to do that in this order. Honorable Pillay, followed by Honorable Meglu, followed by Honorable Mbele, Honorable Manyi, in that order. Let's start with Honorable Pillay. Over to you, Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me move straight to it and firstly commend the department. I think it's important for us to acknowledge the strides that have been made. So unqualified audit outcomes, the clean audit, they've had an improvement in spending from 86.4% to 91.1%. And I think it's something that we should, as a committee, appreciate. So we must congratulate them. Just two questions: which are the specific services for which the department is not succeeding in attracting suitably qualified bidders? And does the entity analyze operational plans? What impact can interventions on operational planning have for productivity and effective planning? Do they have any critical vacancies that are not filled? Perhaps if they could share that with us. And then lastly, what is the consequent management if they find that there's a department or ministry that they have intervened or provided recommendations and it's not being carried out? What is the consequence management for that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Honorable Meglu. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also would like to join. Thank you, Chair. I also would like to join Honorable Pillay in thanking the presenters for their presentation. And I want to thank them for their appetite. Even one of the presenters said that it's a pity that they cannot enforce their recommendations. That is a clear indication on the other side that something is wrong as far as the enforcement of the recommendations is concerned. Words such as the enforcement of this and also the improving and coherence, client focus, outcomes based, and this department want to see the development. But allow me to say, in the absence of a committee, mention a number of things that has happened contrary to what we would like to see in this department, and maybe if the department can respond to us. A case in point, Chairperson, is that you will find in Stats SA, it takes 24 months to employ a individual, let alone the merger saga that is now transpired for over so many months between Stats Brand SA and Stats South Africa. And we have to say to one another here, Chairperson, that this has caused complete and outright instability in the organization. And I'm not too sure why does this government not take even the previous committee serious, and perhaps we should put down our feet in this particular case, and to ensure that this long-awaited merger must be finalized, because it is not good. We lose competent people within the organization, And if you look
Honorable
at the
McGlue,
turnover,
Honorable McGlue, can I ask you that you park that point because it's going to apply in the next presentation of Brand SA and Stats South Africa. We're just now dealing with DPME, and they don't fall under DPME, these two entities.
Thank you, Chair. But it stems also on the impact on the monitoring of a number of issues per se, even if you look at the state-owned enterprises, which is crucial. And I would like to know from DPME or whether they intend to publish, some of these reports on the website, and also whether DPME is able to table this to the relevant committees for discussions. Also mentioning has been made, Chairperson, about directors and managers within various departments. There were also a commission of investigation by the Public Service Commission, and I would like to know whether DPME is also able to give us a full explanation related to some of these allegations when it comes to irregular appointments, with particular reference this year in March, and also other related investigations pertaining to priority crime investigation, the Directorate of the SAPS on the allegations of the contravention of the PFMA. Then perhaps DPME should also explain to us the difficulties in sourcing people with disabilities. I think we do have a responsibility to that, and perhaps look into it whether we can contact institutions such as the Institution for Higher Education on Disability People to ensure that we address this item when it comes to the DPMA's report. And then finally, I think a number of us has a sound appetite is also perhaps an explanation on the reports of the Zondo Commission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable McGlue. Honorable Mbele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Good morning to everyone on the platform. Chair, I remember that for the two previous financial years, one of the sort of big high-level questions that always came up with these annual reports, briefings, and hearings was about inquiring with departments and entities on the impact of COVID and the COVID lockdown restrictions that were in play during that period. And I think a relevant, similar high-level question that I would like to pose is if the departments and the minister, if she has a more kind of a strategic input as well, if the department can outline and elaborate on the impacts and their mitigations for that impacts of increasingly tightening budget cuts and resource constraints on them as parts of the public sector or governments. I think I saw an article just earlier this week about how SARS is going to have a 20 billion rand shortfall in their revenue collection, which is a very scary sort of scope of a hole to have in your budget base. So that's really my key concern, because that then speaks to the other operational issues around, staffing, funding, public interaction, and that sort of thing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mbele. Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, firstly, I just want to reflect on the comments by the Minister in her overview. And Chair, I would ask you to just bear with me. This question I'm going to ask first to the Minister is not a political question. It's really a technical question. This administration has got, it's not like an administration in perpetuity. It's an administration that's got a start and an end period. And the end period of this administration is somewhere next year, as it were. Now, I'm nervous when I hear the minister making all kinds of comments about the 7th administration, as if it's automatic that the current crew is going to be the one on the saddle on the 7th administration. Technically, how is that possible? Because we still have to have elections unless the minister is very clear what's going to happen with the elections. I don't know what informs that posture. We've got all kinds of surveys. Depending on which survey you get, there's different results and all of that. And I don't want to get into that space, but I'm just asking a formal question that this administration has got an end period. And therefore my expectation is that the minister must speak to the term of office of this administration and not on the 7th administration, as if the renewal of mandate is automatic. It's actually not automatic. We still have to go through elections, and we don't know what's going to happen there. And the reason I'm raising this, Chair, is because in the minister's input, there was less about what has happened thus far. It's all about what's going to happen, largely all kinds of looking forward things. And I accept that the minister is new, some of the team members are new, I accept that. But the department itself is not new. The administration itself is not new. And therefore, we kind of a situation here now that simply because the minister has just arrived and as if everything now is starting from scratch. So I have a problem with that, with this approach, Chair. Because also, for instance, we've raised this last time. I mean, my understanding is that the executive authority of the country is the president. The president then devolves his responsibilities to the ministers, and the ministers would give their line of march to the DGs. And therefore, in the absence of a pronouncement of the performance agreements of the ministers, you then have DGs that are doing things. We don't know what anchors what the DGs are doing across all departments. If there's something shaky about the performance agreements of executive authorities that these DGs report to. So I'd like to hear what in this past up to date, what's really been the play here. And I know that, Chair, the last time you and I didn't want to engage, but you mentioned something about the minister has just started and all of this, and you said some. I mean, it's almost, we know that the minister has just started, but we're talking about the department here, and we're not talking about the political party itself that has just gone through elections and all of that. The administration, this 6th administration started 2019, in fact 2018, but just leave it at 2019. That's what we're dealing with here. So we're not dealing with a brand new thing. What is happening, Minister? Direct question, what is happening with the performance agreements of ministers to date? I didn't get a clear answer last time. Because, and the reason I'm asking this is that I'm struggling to anchor what the DGs of these departments are doing, if that is not anchored or signed off and performance agreements of ministers. And also, I'm also interested to know what has been the rating of each of these ministers before we even talk to DGs. What has been the rating of these ministers by the president in terms of the performance of these ministers? That has been very quiet. I don't know what is happening in that space. We don't know if the political principals are themselves performing or underperforming. And this department is supposed to reflect on that. And then, Chairperson, I also want to ask the minister to, maybe I'm outdated and I had this interaction with the AG. Maybe the minister can help us understand with the NDP, Me sitting where I'm sitting, the last I heard of the NDP was 2012. I'm not aware of any review. Maybe there is that I've missed. I don't know. Can the minister just confirm whether do we have an updated NDP plan? Because I'm nervous that even in these presentations, this NDP keeps getting mentioned. And I don't have a principle. I don't have a problem with the principle of the NDP. I must stress this. But I just have a problem with referencing a 2012 document, unless there is a revised one, which I'm not aware of, that I can just be updated on that. So that's for the minister. And then for the DG, Chair, as the presentation was being made, I think, when Honorable McClure was making the comments and you stopped him, I think he was on the right track, because this department is not a department to worry about itself only. It's a department to worry about performance across government departments. So, for instance, just by way of example, I was mentioning, and I'm going to talk to my own ones, but just to anchor the point about this Brand SA tourism measure and all of that has still not happened. It's one thing for those departments to talk to that as to what are the nitty-gritties. But this monitoring and evaluation also must pronounce of why is it, because they must monitor the performance of government. And that's just one of the things that has not happened at a helicopter view, which I was expecting that when we talk about performance monitoring and evaluation, we are going to have maybe 30% of the time talking about what we've spoken about here, 100%. Should have been 30% to talk about the functioning of the machinery of DPME. That is important, that machinery which has been spoken to here. But that's 30% of what we should be hearing here. 70% of what we should be hearing is what exactly is happening in these departments, because South Africa is in a mess. This department is supposed to be the department that raises all kinds of flags, but I'm not getting that. I mean, if you look, for instance, whether it's unemployment headed for the 40%, what is the problem? What is not functioning? What is not working in this country? If we look at SASA, we're sitting with almost in any state, some 19 odd million people that are just depending on the state. What is broken? Why is it that the monitoring and evaluation is not able to pick up what's wrong with the country? Whether I look at our debt to GDP ratio, we're headed for the 80s, for the 90s. The country is getting bankrupted. The crime is shooting up. What is it that is not functioning? We're dealing with load shedding, for electricity load shedding on the one hand. Now, even water shedding is in the horizon. You know, what one would have expected is that this department is going to tell us what is happening. Instead, what we hear is that the departments have sent information to DPME. The DPME has analyzed. It's almost like, excuse the pun, garbage in, garbage out. This is the sense I'm getting. I'm not getting the sense that we are any wiser because of this department. I mean, we spent this whole morning now. This department is just telling us about how efficient or inefficient they are in doing what they should be doing. That's fine. It's just, but that's only the small part of the job. The job of this department is to appraise Parliament what exactly is happening in these. I don't know how many departments we have now. Is it 34? Or maybe the minister can tell us how many departments we actually have. How many of these departments in totality, how are they functioning? You know, but all we hear today is how this department is busy with its own self-renewal process. It's fine, renew yourself, but your mandate is more than just renewing yourself. The mandate is about making sure that government functions. And I'm getting very frustrated sitting here that I was hoping to hear that here are the red flags raised on that department, but instead all I hear is a self-renewal of a DPME. I must say I'm actually disappointed with this presentation, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Let me greet again. Chair, maybe mine it might not be a question, but I want to request yourself, Chair, reactivate, give us a new date of a workshop of the new portfolio. It will assist us and assist all members to understand what is our role in particular and even the department. Chair, I'm raising this because you write to the department and tell the department what they must come and present. That's my understanding. Today, the department is bringing to us the APP and what they've presented, which is correct. So I'm not going to blame anyone, and I'm not going to attempt to try and respond or to assist one member to understand in a particular fashion. But what I'm pleading to yourself, Chair, I accept the presentation, and the presentation is proper according to the invite and what you have sent to us as members to say today you're going to have a PC. It's going to focus on this matter. And what they've presented, it's a focus that you have requested them to come and do. So my proposal or a request, Chair, reactivate, give us a date, let us be workshop so that we must understand. We must not even frustrate the department or be it those that we invite to come and do presentation, and we expect the unexpected out of them. Chair, let me not go further. I'm not here. I don't want to talk politics. We must not grandstand, but we must agree that this is a request. We have asked the ministry to come and present what they've presented. Our expectations, the day will come. And out of that workshop, I believe we're going to have a program ourselves as members of the PC to say, today we're going to call the department and deal with us, whether it's a front line, whether it's what, according to what they are supposed to do. Then they'll give us the spreadsheet and everything of what we expect to hear and what we are monitoring, and we can even plan with them. So, Chair, I want to plead to say reactivate the date of the workshop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Piri. I now want to invite the DG and the team, and the minister will come at the end to respond to the issues that have been raised by the members. DG?
Chair, can I interject quickly?
Is that a point of order?
Yes, sort of, Chair, but I don't want to use that strong word, but it's just a small interjection.
Yes, a member.
A quick one, Chair. I think, firstly, I just take exception to the previous input here, because the department has got its own mission statement. And this is what, as the committee, we should be looking at. There can't be any other side letter that has gone that will deviate from what the department's core function is. Even in the presentation here, the department has indicated what the core function of the department is, which is to monitor progress in all other departments, as it were. That's what it's supposed to be. So there's no misunderstanding on my part. And I just thought I should make that very clear, Chair, that I stand by everything I've said. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. DG?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will take my part of the questions and run through them. Now, on the questions raised by Honourable Pillay, in the presentation, we indicate, Chair, that we want to go digital. We've been trying to procure a system for this, and we've not been successful, I think, going for 3 years, working with SITA. there may be some complexities in their processes there, but we think that this is something that we need to get as a matter of agency. We have also gone to SARS to see what SARS has done in their own digitization so that we can draw lessons from that experience. So that is the main issue when we say that we have been struggling to get the system that we need, which we believe, depending on how the procurement process is managed, we should be getting. On the vacancies, we have always been staying below 10% in terms of vacancies. Obviously, people move from time to time. But the current challenge, which we still need to send to the minister, is with regard to the latest budget cuts. So we have done some scenarios of how the department is going to survive the current reprioritization that is going on, Chair. So we should be in a position to share that information once we have interacted with the minister in terms of our own way of reprioritizing with internally. So the memo has been done to that effect. Now, we are also working on the schedule of unimplemented recommendations of DPME. And this will feature in November when we go back to Cabinet, where we are also going to apprise Cabinet in terms of the recommendations that we've made in the last 4 years and they have not been attended to. So that is an ongoing work, and colleagues are collating information with regard to unmet interventions that came from the DPME. On Honorable Matlua is questions. The publication of the reports, we do publish some of the reports, including those that relate to COVID, if I'm not mistaken. We've now produced 2 reports to that effect. We do present to the committees. DDG Mahomo indicated that in the last 2 days, we appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation and also the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee. Now, Chair, what's happening at present is that we work on invitations. If we are not invited by the committees, we don't go to the committees. Maybe that's something that we'll need to look at that. We are attending to matters pertaining to the PSC reports because we believe that the PSC is a very important institution of our democracy and we can provide specific details if required. Now, on the issue of corruption, the department is playing a very important role in supporting the president in dealing with the implementation of the Zondo Commission outcomes. So we have secondary resources, human resources to deal with this. We have also done a great deal of work, Chair, on the implementation of the recommendations of the SIU, and details can be provided. Now, on Honorable Mbele, I've already indicated that we have been tracking the impact of COVID. Even after the end of the disaster period, Chair, we have continued to produce annual reports, so that we measure the impact of COVID over a period of time, because you can't just measure it at once. I mentioned the issue of resource constraints. That's a very big deal. We are briefing the minister on that, and we can share with Parliament, as I've already indicated. Lastly, on my issues that came from Honorable Mani, I think, Chair, we're always pleased to come to the committee to deal with all the issues that we need to deal with, because we value our own accountability. Just a few issues. With regard to state-owned entities, we have been tracking the 22 entities that are in Schedule 2 of the PFMA in terms of their performance, but also in terms of governance. So we will do that, and that report is available. Recently, we convened about more than around 30 to 50 state entities to draw cross-leanings on the delivery of services. So we are a department that can tell you what we think about Rand Water. Why is Rand Water doing better than SITA? Because we do those cross-references. So given an opportunity, we can come and share with you what is happening. Lately, we've been looking at the departments that were established in 2019 as a result of measures to understand what actually happens in the development of business processes. So again, if given an opportunity, we'll do that. We worked with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to evaluate the economic reconstruction program of government, and the report was recently presented to Cabinet. And lastly, Chair, on the water sector, We have made a great deal of recommendations, and those relate to the situation, the challenges facing the municipalities in terms of their revenues, and that is beginning to affect the water sector. So we can talk about that, but I must apologize that for the purposes of this presentation and the time allocated, we could only deal with the annual report issues, but we are available to deal with the rest of the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Anybody else from your team for any additions?
Maybe DDG Nkosi on the disability issues. There is a question from Honorable Maglua, just in terms of where are we as a department on that?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and all protocol observed. I think there was 2 questions which are related to issue of personnel and filling of vacant posts. As the DPME, currently we are at about 7.2% in terms of vacancies, so we are below the threshold. But as far as disability appointment of people with disabilities is concerned, we are also still compliant in terms of the threshold of 2%. And then, but I think the matter was in relation to matters of procurement, which unfortunately I am not in a position to respond to. But as far as the employment of people with disabilities, the department is fully compliant. Thank you very
much. Okay. Who's next?
Chair, maybe if I can ask the CFO to speak on procurement matters.
Thank you.
Thank you, DG. The question was on which projects where the department could not get positive responses and the ones that had to be cancelled because of bidders not meeting the minimum requirements. The one that had to be cancelled because of bidders not meeting the minimum requirements, as DG has alluded, it's the CDMAS and then also the MTSF review of MTSF and development. In terms of inadequate market responses, it was the report on implementation of GPV and the benchmarking on reduction of inequality and promotion of social cohesion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair, may I request that if there are other matters that I might have missed, we are willing to submit in writing, so maybe at the end we can be advised on that, and then we'll then make sure that we submit in writing, or if we need to come back to do some presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Maglua, is that a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you for allowing free speech in this portfolio committee after scrutiny of our inputs. I just want to say that it is the onus is on the political principals, the minister and officials, to indicate why issues we as members of parliament are raising here is outside their scope. It is not for any other member. I just want to state that. I also did not want to call a point of order on the DG because we are a new portfolio committee. But I want to categorically state that the DJ has just brushed over issues here, and I didn't want to call him to order. He did not go into detail of the irregular appointments on questions that both myself and Honorable Mania has raised, and even other related investigations. So I would like us as a committee to request the DG then to give us these details. I even asked on the issues of providing reports to the respective committees for interrogation or rebuttal in Parliament, there's no response. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Meglu. A quick response to that, DG, before I go to the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the issue of the committees, I think I responded to that, and I even referred to what one of the DDGs indicated. And I put a disclaimer that we have interacted with the committees as and when we are invited by the committees. Maybe the question is whether we initiate on our side to go to the committees. And I mentioned the two committees that we attended this week, where we were asked to present to the committees on the performance of the departments and the sectors. So we also appeared before the appropriation committee. Is a committee that will always invite us. In the past period, we also appeared as the presidency before SCOPA to deal with the implementation of the SIU recommendation. So I referred to that chair. So I only focused on the committees that have invited us. But if the question is whether on our side we should also initiate, it's a matter that we can be guided about. Now, in terms of the PLC reports, Chair, I will ask for you are guided to go through the report now. I will then ask Mr. Nkosi to then go through the report if it's that, but we're not prepared to present it today because it was not part of the annual report. But at any other point guided by the minister, we are willing to do so. So I seek that protection, Chair, and guidance on whether we present now or some other time. Thank you.
No, we note the issues. I had indicated as I opened this meeting that today's focus is specific. It's planned. It's looking back. We're looking back at the work that has been done. So the report is about the annual report. There are quite a number of contemporary issues, current issues, and a number of issues that must come to this committee, not just on the surface. We want to deal with issues substantively. And so if there are issues that can be, members have a right to ask that this be submitted either in writing, or members can say we must have another committee meeting to come and present this. That is allowed. So those reports can be submitted, and we'll post this. Will also, because this is also going to inform our program going forward as to what we need to do. So we're not going to present that today. There's not time and there's no focus for that. The focus is very specific. Thank you. So that can be submitted. Thank you, Honorable Meglu. Honorable Minister, if I can invite you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the inputs that were and questions of clarity that were actually raised by the members, and of course, as much as it is my team, I do believe that they did give a good and balanced report as it relates to what was requested by yourselves in the letter that we received in terms of coming to account to Parliament, which is something that we honor all the time, and we would like to make sure that we stick to what is requested by yourselves. Most of the things that, of course, needed to be responded to in terms of direct questions that were asked of clarity, I do believe that the DG and the team have been able to respond to. However, on the political questions that I do believe we ought to give direction to, I will definitely do that. I would also like to thank you, Chair, and of course the members for outlining that what is it that is our mandate and what is it that is not our mandate, so that at least we are all at one as we deal with the issues that we need to deal with. And we'll definitely be ready to come and present at the workshop that you'll invite us to, so that the mandate and the delegation that have been given to us by the President and of course the constitutional prescript will definitely be able to come and speak to them and get direction from yourself as well in terms of how we can be able to do things better. In terms of the question that was asked by Honorable Manyi and on why we mentioned the 7th administration, remember that government is government. Bureaucracy still continue to work and still continue to plan. And of course, direction will be given by the political principles that will be there in the 7th administration. However, planning and what is it that we believe needs to be done, that we have to do. We cannot delegate that responsibility to the next people. It is up to them, of course, in terms of what is it that needs to be done. It is for this reason, I think, that Honorable Manyi has also said that we cannot say that we are not going to account for things that happened in the past. We account for them precisely because government is government. We will have to account as long as we are in any position, whether or not whatever it is that was planned was our decision or not. So I hope that I've been able to respond to Honorable Manyi. Honorable Manyi also mentioned that we only spoke about futuristic plans or futuristic operation. We only actually mentioned two things about futuristic operation, which is the report that are ongoing or the evaluation that is actually ongoing that we will present in the future. But all the things that we spoke about are things that has happened before in 2022, and we mentioned that. And when we talk about the financial year 2023-2024, the financial year of 2023-2024 has actually started in April. So when we talk about that, we talk about a period that has already started that will end next year. And I do believe that this is what this APP is all about. In terms of the NDP itself, remember that the NDP is a plan, is a vision, 2030. And what we then now, I can say that maybe in a simpler term, it is a strategic objective that we want to achieve. This is the South Africa we want to live in. Now, what we will have to change and review from time to time and would be then now the tactics of how we actually achieve that we have put in place. We may say that maybe this legislation needs to be amended precisely because the way things are done under it does not necessarily push us to achieving the targets that we have set for ourselves. We don't have to change the targets that we have set up for ourselves as a vision for a better South Africa. We can only be able to change how we actually get to that particular target. And that would be informed, of course, by the analysis and the assessment of our own performance domestically and the performance of the economy and everything else globally, because that does affect how we do things. So in terms of the reviews, there are reviews that have been done, the 5-year review of the performance of the NDP as it relates to what the country is doing. The 10-year one has just been tabled in front of Parliament. If Chair would like us to come and present it here so that we can be able to have a more robust discussion, we can be able to do that and come and present it to yourselves. So we do 5-year reviews from time to time to check or to assess if we are closer to what we have set out for ourselves as a goal, and if not. And if we believe that we are not closer to that goal, we then now recommend what needs to be done. And that's what we have been able to do, and we will continue to do, whether it's ourselves or not. That's what we believe that the NPC and this department will have to continuously do until we reach 2030. So that's what NDP is all about, and how we continue to assess and do the review as it relates to the performance of the entire country, not only government, but everyone else, including political parties themselves and individuals. So Having said that, in terms of the performance of ministers, the assessment, we facilitate and coordinate the assessment itself. And as I've already said, we give it to our political principal. And constitutionally, it will be up to him if he would like to bring it maybe to you to say that this is 7% or not. But what I know is that constitutionally, we are mandated to come and present to you in terms of departmental performance, which is what we are doing. We have already done and consolidated and coordinated assessment of ministers for the president with him, of course. 6 months ago, we are doing a second assessment. It is up to him, of course, when he would like to share whether he give people 7, 3, or 2. However, in terms of performance itself of those individuals, especially because of that's the agreement between him and the appointed ministers, assessment, we can rightfully say and clearly say that it has been done. We have already said that we are going to make sure that we digitize each and every work that we do, so that people can be able to also access whatever it is that we are doing on our platform, so that it mustn't look like it is a secret in any way. I do know for sure that the president, of course, would like to share that. Obviously, once everything is in place, everybody can just be able to access and know what is it that the president think about the performance of his ministers individually. But we will continue to come and present to you performance of departments and SOEs as and when you request us to come in and do that. I don't think that it is our place to come and talk about the performance of individual ministers, because that is an agreement between the president and his people that he has been able, his cabinet. But as it relates to, as I already said, and I'll repeat again, performance of department, that is where we come in, and that is where we will be able to come and assess if they are performing, and we can then now be able to come and present to you as and when you request us individually, per ministry and per SOE. And we would also maybe like to request that indeed, Honorable Chairperson, we would not mind if it can be arranged that we are called or we are invited to different, as it was already said by I think the DG mentioned it, and the AG as well, so that when different departments go to account in their portfolio committees, we can also be called, just so that we can then now have at least line of sight in terms of what they are doing as it relates to what we have said or we have recommended needs to be done, as it relates to the priorities that we believe that different departments need to concentrate on in order to move the needle and make sure that service delivery is done as it should. So that's from my side. If there's anything else maybe that I've not said, let me just apologize for that, but that's all that I can say for now. Thank you. And
thank you, Minister. Thank you for your responses on those issues. Maybe honorable members, by way of just a quick summary as we conclude on this aspect with DPME, just to indicate that I think the AG has raised a number of issues that we're going to take into account as we deal with our living program of action as the committee between now and end of March. I think the issues have been raised, and we'll look into the feasibility of that in terms of the DPME having that interaction and being present when APPs are tabled, the enhancing of the legislative powers for this monitoring, evaluation and planning purposes. And I think the AG has made an important point that both this set up a committee can collaborate together with the AG on a number of things, given the design and the nature of the type of work that we do. I think we can agree, colleagues, and we'll look at that into our program where there are presentations that are focused on specific and targeted matters, that those can be taken up. We welcome, Minister, the the invitation from your side that you're already working on the writing up of the report on the 30-year review of our freedom and democracy, as relating to the Planning Commission and the NDP. We have that in our program. There's a date for us to have that presentation of the NDP, and we engage with it as a committee. So there's a date for that. It's already planned. Maybe to make the last point, that in the manner that Parliament operates as part of its oversight role, amongst many things that happen during a financial year, but there are two things that get to happen in a financial year, which the first one is what will happen early next year, around March or even before that. It's what you call the tabling and the discussion of the strategic plans and annual performance plans, and that then informs the next annual report. What was presented today would have been informed by a strat plan and APPs, and quite clearly when we do that, those APPs enable the administration to do proper planning. So when funding is done on the basis that there are plans. And when that happens, even during an election year, it does take place. If the next administration takes over after the election, there's always an option for that administration to review the plans that would have been funded, the plans that would have been put together as part of the APPs and strat plan across various departments. And so that has happened, and it will continue to happen in that way. So with that, colleagues, so that we step off this item, that would be my summary, and I think we take note of many of the other issues that have been raised. Maybe before I release DPME, I see a hand. Honorable Mani.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that we need to move forward, but just for alignment, and just so that we're all on the same page, maybe, Chair, you could close by giving maybe an executive summary of what is your understanding of the role of this department, because otherwise I'll be misaligned. My understanding, as an example, is that this department does not exist for its own purposes as a department, as it were. It exists primarily to monitor the functioning of the rest of the other departments. This is my understanding of this department. It does not exist for itself. And therefore, when it produces an annual report, my expectation, must tell me if I'm wrong, Chair, my expectation is that I would have expected this department to reflect on its work in terms of what it has seen in this in its execution of its mandate. It's one thing to talk about itself, about filling up of vacancies, about getting offices, about getting computers. That's why I think that should have been 30% of the story. 70% of the story, my understanding is that this department should be saying, honorable members of parliament, we've looked at 34 government departments. It is our view that there are challenges in this department, this, that, so that when we then interact directly with those departments, we're able to take the report, the overall report, by an objective department like DPME that would have looked at it, because that would have looked at the performance and challenges or whatever of the various departments. Because departments, when we talk to them one by one, they'll be subjective, they'll be giving us all kinds of a flowery language about everything. But this department is supposed to be a department that, in my view, must be a department that it keeps everybody on a straight and narrow to say, have you done what we're supposed to do? Did you do these agreements? Why have you not done these agreements? Have you done this and all of that? It's an umbrella department to check, monitoring, and evaluation of other government departments, as it were. So this is my understanding, Chair. That's why I think my expectation was that we're going to get some kind of a dashboard, so that when we speak to these departments, we already have an independent view of how they are performing, as it were. But what we've heard today is that like 90% of how the evaluator is doing his own internal operation. It's a self-renewal process and so on of the operator, and not the community that it should be dealing with. That is my problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manyi. I just maybe upfront to say you are not offline, you are not offside in your understanding of the mandate, the role, and the anchoring role of this department. This is a transversal and a very critical department that is responsible for the whole of government in its work. It's a coordinating department. There are other coordinating departments, but it stands out in those. Other coordinating departments would be Treasury because of, again, its transversal role in terms of what the work it does. COCTA, given the fact that every area has got a municipality, has that kind of role. You would have even DPSA, given the issues of personnel and staffing, it has that coordinating role. But DPME as coordinating role cuts above that, given that it's supposed to be the heartbeat of government and see where things are happening and when they're not happening. So your understanding of the mandate and the role of this department cannot be faltered in the manner that I think you have understood it. The DG would have explained when he made a presentation that if you would have listened when you have connected when you were speaking about the planning and he distinguished between the commission and the particular aspects or program within this department that is responsible for that kind of overarching role. So I think the challenge we have and the shortcoming we have is that the annual report that we're doing, the department is coming to report to us on exactly what targets were set, what the programs were set as part of the APP. I think the point you are raising, we must be able to do as this department, not as part of the annual report once off. That can be part in future, but it's a program that we must do, and there's nothing that stops us, as we must relook into the program to invite the department, even before, within November or before December, to come back to us and say, in this role that the DG outlined, can you dive into the sectoral plans, into other departments, your work? The DG would have said, there's a lot of work that we're doing. So I'm really tempted that we are going to, with the Secretariat, to work on that and bring that, so that because we need to have the feel of the entire space. And when you interact with a particular department, when they dive through into the sectoral issues, we can get those information so that we question and we interrogate department from the basis of being informed. So I therefore want to say that we can take that up as our takeaway, that we can prioritize as a follow-up to this annual report. But it also means that when we deal with these annual plans, we must take into account these lessons. So the annual plans are designed in such a way that, because you are correct, this department can't just be focusing on itself. It will be missing the point. It's set up there to be that heartbeat of their government. So I think the Secretary of Listening will work on that, and then as a committee, we will interact with the ministry and say, these are the kind of issues we need you to come and talk to us about. And when we set up that, we might set a half a day or even a day. We're just focusing on that and deal with those issues. But for now, it was merely the annual report. So you can call that a factory fault, but we'll have to find ways to overcome that. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your time and your contributions, and your team, DG, and everybody else. This is where we're going to step off DPME and your issues. Again, when we are saying we're stepping off DPME, given your role and nature, we expect you to be here until the end. Maybe not all of you, maybe the minister might have to go and do something, but as we engage with the other entities, I'm sure there'll be a few members who will be here to listen to engagements of members with those. What we'll do, we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at 12:05. And then when we come back, we will deal with the presidency in the form of the 2 DMs, and as well as the 2 entities, Brand SA and Stats SA. Thank you. We'll have a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back, members and everybody in the meeting. It's now 5 minutes past 12, as indicated. We will now resume our next session. And in terms of the agenda, we're now going to go to Brand SA. I am told that the ministry has a way they are doing that. So there's a particular DM responsible for that. I don't know which of the two DMs. I therefore want to invite Deputy Minister that will be leading Brand SA to make your introductory remarks and then allow your team to make a presentation. Deputy Ministers.
Chair, I know that Deputy Minister Motaung is on the platform. I just wanted to verify whether if she's going to be presenting or if I'm going to do that. In the absence, she's still struggling, Chair. I may want to suggest two things to you. One is that we can then present as SSA, and if she's not available, much later, I will then take over the presentation, of introducing the report. Thanks.
Chair.
Okay,
Chair.
Hello, yes, Honorable Piri.
No, I just wanted to say I was looking at the gadget. It just kicked her out. She was on the platform. Currently, it kicked her out. I don't know whether she's back, but she was on the platform. I think we might agree or propose to yourself so that Minister DM Morolong can start. But I saw on the system it right, Motaung left, so it kicked her out.
I'm in.
Oh, that's
Okay, Honorable Deputy Minister Motaung, we now starting with Brand SA. I'm told that you lead the work in Brand SA. So we're going to hand over to you to make your introductory remarks and then allow your team to make a presentation.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Maybe I must start by apologizing. I had a serious network challenges this morning and I'm still on the road. So, Chair, I'm requesting the committee and the Chair to allow me to present without showing face.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. To the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister Maruping,
Recording
Deputy
in
Minister
progress.
Morolong, Acting CEO Brand SA, officials from GCIS and officials from States SA. Chairperson, during his State of the Nation address in 2022, President Cyril Ramaphosa highlighted a number of issues which affects the Brand SA, and these were SOEs must fulfill their economic and developmental mandates. They need to ensure that SOEs are in sound financial position, sound leadership and governance, and a better coordination and oversight of government's role as a shareholder. In addition, the Brand SA directly and indirectly contributes to 6 administrations' various priorities, which are summarized as building a better Africa and a better world, economic transformation and job creation. The discourse around digital divide and information divide typically refers to socio-economic inequalities in access and use of services. To this end, the NDP stipulates that by 2030, as South Africa needs to be serviced by a set of efficient, financially sound, and well-governed SOEs that address the country's developmental objective in areas where the executive arm of government or private enterprise are unable to do so efficiently. Chairperson, the work of the entity is aimed at ensuring that Brand South Africa contributes towards encouraging patriotism and social cohesion amongst South Africans. A socially cohesive nation is a well-knitted society that shares common values that can be coordinated towards the development of the country. The presentation from the entity will highlight more on these activities, Chair. These reports provide an overview of the service delivery achieved, financial performance and development across all performance targets as encapsulated.
Chairperson, my apologies. Is it possible to share the presentation?
Well, we noted the presentation here today. Deputy Minister is making a remarks. Deputy Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This report provides an overview of service delivery achieved, financial performance and development across all performance targets as encapsulated in 2022-2023 annual performance plan. During the period under review, Brand South Africa keep up with its mission to strategically position South Africa as a top destination of investment, tourism, and a partner in global governance, and to strengthen a cohesive and integrated nation brand to support the achievement of national strategic goals. Chairperson, the Honorable Minister and I, we are pleased to note the accomplishments that Brand South Africa lists in this annual report, and to congratulate the organization on receiving an unqualified audit and for its dedication to adhering to statutory requirements throughout the review period. It must further be noted that the organization achieved 93% overall organizational performance rating for 2022 and 2023 financial year against the approved annual performance plan target. On governance matters, the term of office of Board of Trustees ended in November 2022. So the year under review was completed without the board at the helm. However, the president has appointed new members of the board. This process is awaiting a final approval by the Master of High Court. During the period, the entity faced challenges emanating from uncertainty over the pending merging with Tourism SA. This affected the stability at Brand SA, as key positions could not be filled due to a moratorium on the filling of vacancies. The key positions such as the CEO, and the CFO. I'm pleased to report to the committee that despite all challenges facing this country during the period under review, this entity delivered on its crucial mandate of managing the South African brand and encouraging investment. Chairperson, to position South Africa as a prosperous nation brand, Brand South Africa continues to embark on a series of different projects that seeks to provide insights on the country's various strengths in the sphere of prosperity. The most significant project have been the 2021 Global Reputation Study, which was commissioned through Bloom Consulting and proved to be effective in placing many of nation brand indicators that we currently follow into context. Further, according to global audiences, South Africa is perceived very positively from the experience perspective, especially as a place to be to do business with and buy products, and as a place to invest. South Africa is as strong as United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Thailand, and Brazil. Business audiences rate South Africa amongst the top 5 countries to do business with.
Deputy Minister, yes, your line is very bad. You cut out. We can't hear you. Deputy Minister, are you still here? I think we have a challenge with the line and the network of the Deputy Minister. I think he now would have lost in the platform. We will proceed, members, if we are not able to get her back she was in the middle, I'm sure, almost towards the end of her remarks. DM Morolong, are you able to speak to her?
Chairperson, I think she was indeed at the tail end of her presentation. I have been going through it.
Okay.
I think we are in the position where we can hand over to the acting CEO.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Morolong. The acting CEO, can you start the presentation? Is the acting CEO also cut out? Who is the acting CEO, Honorable Morolong?
Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be. Oh,
sorry. Chairperson, apologies for that. The screen keeps on flicking. I'm not sure what is happening. I'm hoping I'm now audible and you can see me. And with me, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. What is happening now? I'm connected.
Please go ahead, acting CEO, and make a presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to the presentation. Honorable Ministers, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Ministers, with me, it's the team from Brand SA, the CFO, it's the Chief Marketing.
Just to indicate, you have 45 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am clear though, because I see that I'm connected. I was just checking my connection, Chairperson. So without further ado, I was just saying I welcome all the Honorable Deputy Ministers, the members of the Portfolio Committee and the colleagues from other entities. Against the backdrop that has been provided by our Deputy Minister, so my job will simply to just introduce the presentation from a mandate perspective, that we are an entity that was established and given a very clear mandate to promote South Africa internationally and advance its competitiveness. So what we do in our mandate is to ensure that we manage the reputation of the country's nation brand, and we ensure that we also build pride and patriotism. As the Deputy Minister has said, If you look at the purpose and primary objective of the entity, it's to develop and implement proactive and coordinated marketing, communication, reputation management strategies for South Africa. And I would like, as we are reflecting, to also reflect on why Brand South Africa was formed as an entity. It was strategically to contribute towards the economic growth, the job creation, poverty alleviation, and social cohesion by encouraging local and foreign investment, including tourists, as well as even positioning this country for as a study destination. Looking at our vision, what drives us and keep us awake at every night is to ensure that we build a nation brand that inspires its people and is admired globally. And how do we do that? Through our game plan, which is articulated in the mission, where we say we would like to be the authority. In fact, we are leading on the issues of the nation brand, and we do that through our strategies that I've indicated to earlier on. But also we develop and articulate the South African nation brand identity that will advance South Africa's long-term reputation and competitiveness. So why it's important to understand how the mission links to the work that we do is so that you can start to connect the dots when you speak of campaigns that articulate what we stand for and who we are as a country brand. We also seek involvement and cooperation of various stakeholders when we build the awareness and the image of South Africa's brand, because we understand that most stakeholders, they go individually or as departments globally. And it's great for us then to empower them with the information around the nation brand in terms of its performance and how it peers with the rest of the African continent, as well as the developed economies. And we build individual alignment to the nation brand in South Africa. Very straightforward. Our values, did I see you? Because we believe that we must be, self-aware of our people and ensure that they are committed towards and are fit and are stimulated to continue contributing and playing their part towards discharging our mandate. At the foundation of our strategy, because we are reflecting, I thought it is important to understand that we do what we do, but the roots that we are standing on are the roots that are aligned with the priorities of our country. So issues relating to the National Development Plan, MTSF, the 6th administrative, the priorities that were flagged, the SONA priorities. And then if you really look at the MTSF, we focus on the social cohesion. As in her prelude, Honorable Deputy Minister did allude to the fact that we do also play in that space through our Play Your Part program that encourages South Africans to play a positive and contribute towards a positive social change in their communities. And then you look at a better world, a better Africa. And that's where we are very much prominent in terms of the interventions and business roundtables targeting international audience to ensure that the narrative of South Africa, the competitiveness is understood, the reputation profile of the country is continued to be built. And while we do all of these things towards the far right, as inscripted in our APP that was approved, we do all that we do to achieve 2 impact statements, a prosperous nation brand. We believe that when we have promoted South Africa and we've changed the trajectory in terms of the perceptions, then we will attract the right investors to come and plow their money. And if they do that, the rest of the country will benefit. So there are many ripple benefits if we do what we can do and we do it right as a collective. The impact statement is more inward looking. It says, we do what we do when we do all the initiatives that are speaking to the domestic mandate towards building a patriotic and a social cohesive nation. So before I hand over to the highlights, which I'll also touch on a little bit, as I've said, Chairperson, I might have got cut off that I do have other colleagues that will also share the presentation with me. But I think what is important before I go to highlight is to also acknowledge the challenges that we have at Brand South Africa in as far as the vacancy rates. And those are the things that would have hindered us from achieving 100% performance. Vacancy rate, I think, as Deputy Minister did allude to the fact that it was because of a moratorium that was imposed due to an envisaged measure between Brand South Africa and South African tourism. And this happens to also be a PC recommendation that this matter must be concluded. And I think as a form of feedback, it's crucial to note that we did indeed, from our side, prepare documents.
Your slide is not moving. It's just showing one thing, highlights with a flag.
Yes, Chairperson, I am aware. I was just giving a little bit of a prelude in terms of challenges, Chairperson. Thank you. So I'm just, and that just to continue on my prelude, to say that those challenges, the vacancy rate is as a result of that envisaged measure, which then happens to be also a PC recommendation. But the DM did touch on it briefly before she cut off. That intensive work has been done on this matter by Brand SA, and we've submitted to our principals to give us, to make them aware of our posture and positioning in regard to this measure. And I think it perhaps would warranty, perhaps through Chair, that perhaps there might be future engagements. As I said, the DM got cut off. The other challenge was us are not able to achieve the triple BEE, but it is pleasing to know that the work currently is underway. There is a corrective plan to deal with that matter. So before we go to the highlights, that's what I thought, perhaps let me bring context to challenges, because there's two ways of looking at a glass, half full or half empty. And I always like to first deal with the challenges and then move to the good story. As it has been alluded by the Auditor-General, we did really receive a clean audit outcome. And all from a performance, most of the targets were exceeded, and the internal financial controls were improved. And we did our best to make sure that every month during EXCO, we reflect on those audit action plan to make sure that we are mitigating and we are continuously improving those internal controls. And really, it's great sometimes to be honest and say, I really believe that we've had that decisive leadership and dedicated workforce who continues to play their part to make sure that the agency that is tasked with managing this reputation is achieving and has sound governance. From the 30-day payments, very much high level, AG did touch on this. We pay our suppliers within 12 days, which is also quite good. Yes, the AG also alluded to the longer debt collection, which the CFO will also speak to when it's his turn to speak on the numbers. And then from a key achievements perspective, Chairperson, through you, I will continue to project a presentation, but I would like the Chief Marketing Officer, Togo Modise, to then continue introducing now the activities that led us to a clean audit, and these activities and how they tie, as I say, to the roots of our APP. Over to you, Togo.
Thank you so much, CEO. Good afternoon, honorable members, DM, and colleagues. Mine is to just give you an insight on the performance of the organization for 2022-2023. Program 1, as you can see, is our support engine that enables implementation of our APP as well as our operational plans for efficient execution. This ensures financial controls are seamless and within the law, and improved controls for auditing purposes. And this target speaks to how we improve the reputation of the entity overall. In this particular year, targets were not, in this particular program, 2 targets were not met, as we were challenged with accumulative points for supplier enterprise and socio-economic development for BEE, as well as the second one, which is basically the vacancy rate, which is sitting at 26% against a target of 10%. As a result of resignations, dismissals, and the moratorium, as mentioned by the CEO. Demographically, next slide, we are at 53% female, 91% African, and 5.54% colored, and 3.75 Indian, with 0 white employees. Program 2 then jumps into the implementation arm, which is the core business of Brand South Africa. Slide. The outcome here is primarily driven by increased attractiveness and therefore competitiveness of the nation brand. This includes both domestic and international campaigns that we ran during the year. It's also how we utilize what we call strategic platforms such as Mining Indaba, the Joburg Film Festival, the World Economic Forum, BRICS, which promotes the country's visibility and excellence against these. Again, these are executed at home and internationally. We also, I think, check next slide, Stan. We also track the country's reputation, familiarity through various indices across the globe. These give us guidance on how the country is performing and therefore how we position our messaging. We also do what is called domestic perception studies that track how citizens are doing and feeling so that we are guided in our messaging by the temperature and the tone of their experience of the country. This is enhanced with various positive communication efforts and interventions that position perceptions and favorable possessions about the country. Thought leadership helps us respond to negative issues in the environment, but also to position us as thought leaders in the nation branding space as one of the oldest nation branding entities on the continent. Media engagements were successfully utilized to influence perceptions about the country and drive a positive narrative globally and domestically. Of course, our own digital platforms were key in driving this narrative and content so that Brand SA on platforms are able to also publish some of this content. Next slide. Then we have our Advocacy Play a Part program, which promotes active citizenship as mentioned, where we exceeded expectations through 14 activities implemented. This is also supported through our network of what we call Play a Part ambassadors across the country. This is also enhanced by the program we call the Constitutional Awareness Program, which is an awareness campaign that we also do as campaigns as well as on the ground through activations in various provinces, which we implemented during the period. Advocacy is also driven by our own South Africans living across the globe who help us tell the South African story. 18 key markets in the US, UK, and the continent, China, Australia, and Germany, just to mention a few, are some of these key markets that we target. Program 3 focuses on our stakeholder networks through whom we can align in executing our own deliverables. This includes the public sector, the private sector, and civil society, both domestically and internationally. This is where we support incoming and outgoing state visits, partnering with South African corporates and business bodies such as MCHAM, JETRO, as well as companies investing in South Africa and South African companies investing in both the continent and globally. This includes various sectors that are driving the SA economy, like financial services, the automotive industry, mining, etc. This was also driven by our own flagship program, the Nation Brand Forum, which is a stakeholder engagement platform and collaborative platform. Here we speak about how we profile the country's message for brands that fly the South African flag and position the country favorably, as well as the nation. Overall, 27 targets were met out of 29. I've already moved on to the next slide here. Meaning that just only 2 were not met for this period. We use what we call impact measures because they help us determine whether or not our efforts and interventions are yielding any results, to show that whether we are indeed making inroads progressively as reflected on the slide. So we measure, we do research and we measure how South Africans feel, whether they're proud and patriotic, whether there's any improvement in terms of active citizenship, and whether they are becoming socially cohesive. And this is the reflection from 2020 to 2022. Challenges, as mentioned, 2 targets were not met. And this was obviously, as I mentioned, the PEE scorecard as well as the vacancy rate. I won't dwell much on this any longer. Corporate services, I've also mentioned that. I think I've already spoken to the demographics as well. So overall, 90% of our workforce is African. As I mentioned, 6% is colored, 4% is Indian, and 2% is disabled. This is only just a show and tell of activities implemented. I will not speak to all of them, but we'll pick just a few key ones. This is a domestic campaign that we implemented that helped us remind citizens of how far they've come as a people, the sacrifices they made, and their resilience. The campaign reached in excess of 8 million audiences. Next slide. The creative industry is a key partner in telling the South African story. These awards are the only ones across Africa and the Middle East that are a showcase for the best creative work in the world. So we partner with them so that we are able to reach a lot of the people who work in this industry who tell the story of South Africa. This one. We also have had an international campaign that leveraged on significant investments from global players, reaffirming their confidence in South Africa. We use them to endorse our message, and we use blue chip investors to showcase South Africa's proven record as an attractive investment destination. The campaign, of course, reached the numbers as reflected. The World Economic Forum is a very important platform for us because it brings together over 4,000 government and business leaders globally. It gives an opportunity for brand visibility, awareness, and an experience for Team South Africa. This year, we also hosted an SA night for a cultural experience, a business hub, and a media program where we used Team SA voices on domestic and international platforms. We also secured cost partners from corporate South Africa. Arts and culture drives the country's global popularity and attractiveness as a film location due to its beauty. It also draws tourism and cultural experiences for the continent and international industry players. Next slide. Global activities. These are now examples of some of the global activities that we implemented as a part of our drive to support the presidential investment drive. Next slide. We also used an audiovisual, which was an advocacy audiovisual, which focused on export markets like Japan, India, Uganda, Egypt, Nigeria, UK, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Next slide. I've already spoken to mining as a significant sector driving our economy, as well as these are some of the other tactical opportunities where we find possible and potential investors are gathered. So this boat show, for example, has over 5,000 participants every year, and we are always visible to make sure that they are receptive to our message. Next slide. The United Nations is also very important for South Africa because it helps us build and manage our reputation. In this particular one, we usually have our country head and country office leading the coordination of media engagements for Team South Africa on the ground during the General Assembly. We also support the state visits, as I think I've already mentioned, in order for us to continue pushing the narrative around South Africa's trade interest and trade arrangements and engagements. I've mentioned that we also do research that combines both the global aspect and the domestic aspect, so that we are able to reflect on highlights and see how far the journey is going and how we are performing in terms of nation brand development. Sports is very key because it is one of the social cohesion drivers where all South Africans unite. So we celebrated Banyana Banyana when they won, and Banyana Banyana have since been onboarded as our own Leopard ambassadors. Next one. Again, an example of some of the work we're doing in the markets in China. This one reached 387.3 million page views. Thank you. For the first time last year, our own Nation Brand Forum, which is a flagship program of ours that we use to engage with stakeholders, ran over 3 days, and it included a media launch, a youth entrepreneurship summit, and a roundtable engagement with domestic and continental media. Slide. I've spoken to investing in mining. As our response to youth unemployment, we use this academy to impart information on starting a business so as to support SMMEs nationally. The Ignite initiative is designed to inspire budding entrepreneurs by providing mentorship classes for pitching ideas to a panel of seasoned judges who later become their mentors. 500 students took part in this program. Next slide. This is the program I particularly spoke to. Thank you. Next one. We also have a responsibility to develop and create constitutional awareness, and we do so through campaigns as well as on-the-ground activations nationally. This one was particularly focusing on promoting equality to advance awareness of constitutional rights and provisions. I also spoke to the Global South African networks. This sometimes includes business engagements with global South Africans, and sometimes just reconnecting South Africans to their home and helping them remember who they are. And from here on, yeah, I think we've already spoken to our board, who were very instrumental in us achieving many of our targets. I will then hand over to the CFO. Thank you very much.
Through you, Chair. We ask for
Thank
permission.
Thank you, colleagues, and through you,
That a
Chairperson.
CFO or acting CFO?
Acting
CFO.
No, please put it proper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chair.
Thank you, and good day, honorable members, and good day, our colleagues. I'm also going to just emphasize the point mentioned by Togo that our DM had covered the issues relating to governance and the board. But the point really to amplify is that in spite of all the challenges and despite the issues of completing the financial year without a board, the organization did manage to achieve clean administration. And for that, really, we say kudos to the acting CEO at Brand South Africa, Ms. Tembele Ntombela, who really inspired the executive committee in ensuring that there is no autocratic leadership style and there is no management override of our internal controls. And it would not have been possible really with that kind of decisive leadership for Brand SA with a vacancy rate of over 26%, to be able to achieve this very important feat of a clean audit. So before go through to our finance, I wanted to really amplify that point. But moving now to the finance, the allocation for Brand SA, which is a very shoestring budget, it is the 290 million for the current financial year. And what I want to really also highlight on our budget allocation is that this 290 million includes our operating expenditure, our employee cost, our capital expenditure, which really means that just over 100 million will go to the core business and to really address this key mandate of marketing the country through the nation. So this really is just to speak to the budget that is very tight and that we have to contend with. And another point is maybe to also include is that there have been further developments from National Treasury to say that we might need to cut this very tight budget by a further 5.1 million. And we are still grappling with the issue of those budget cuts. And really, this will have an impact on our Q3 and Q4 targets. As you know, that we'll be hosting the World Economic Forum and the Nation Plan Forum. Those are key projects that we target. And with these funds that continue to diminish, it makes our business really extremely difficult. However, at Brand SA, the mantra has always been that through the challenges and despite all the challenges we face, we seek to first deliver and explain that we managed to achieve in spite of those challenges. That is really the points to emphasize around our budget. And the acting CEO has also included the issue of the clean audit. I'm just going to highlight how we managed to achieve that, to say we improved our overall control environment by ensuring that we're fully functioning internal audit to play that oversight role. And really, we implemented all the recommendations coming from our internal auditors. And then on the issue of the financial statements, we ensure that We prepare them on monthly basis, but on quarterly basis, we then consolidate them and submit to our EXCO so that the EXCO can track them and have a dashboard of the developments in terms of us implementing our progress, our action plans on the progress. And then lastly, on the issue of the audit action plans, we have digitalized these to ensure that we have real-time access and we update them as we go along. And also on this one, we also have the dashboard that tracks progress on how we are doing in terms of our audit action plan. I think that the last 2 points I wanted to just touch on in relation to the AGSA audit, really, which spoke to the issue of consequence management at Brand South Africa. And it is true, I'm not going to be defensive. We've had, as it was presented, a huge staff turnover, which has made it extremely difficult for us to implement consequence management, as the staff members who were involved had already left the organization. Even those who were involved in the investigation have left the organization, and it has been an extremely challenging exercise for us to do in terms of seeking those condonement of irregular expenditures. However, we have made headways as we have engaged with National Treasury. Most of this irregular expenditure, we could not even find the track records in terms of how it emanated, and we've had very fruitful meetings with the National Treasury to say once now we consolidate the information and package it in a certain manner, we'll be able to get those condonement. However, the point I want to assure the committee on is that we are actively working on ensuring that the irregular expenditure will be condoned. And as you will have seen on our presentation, we avoid irregular and fruitless expenditure through our tight internal controls within the environment. And then lastly, on the issue of longer collection period for our debtors, as I've also mentioned, the issue of our shoestring budget, we are from time to time forced to work with private sector organization to get partnership income or sponsorship income, especially for our WEF project. And as such, now there are challenges when it comes to those partnership agreements when doing business with the state. It takes a long time for them now to implement or to transfer the money that has been agreed on in terms of the sponsorship income. So it really relates to solely those partnership incomes that we've had with the private sector. But we've got partnership agreement in place. The money gets to be paid eventually after a very long red tape that must be complied with. However, I want to also assure the committee that the monies that were owed as a year end have been subsequently paid because we did have those agreements in place. I think we have done very well in terms of the time, Chairperson. Thank you so much. That will be the last slide.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's the end of the presentation from my team. And perhaps just to wrap up from the side of the last portfolio committee's action plans and recommendations, the issue of the merger, I think I have touched on, and so has the DM. I'm also happy that the team was able this year to express targets in terms of numbers rather than, in terms of quantities rather than percentages, which was a concern from the portfolio committee. And the last big one was that we continue to protect the nation brand reputation. And I think the team did a sterling job, particularly when you look at the issues that we faced as a country in the last fiscal, issues relating to the looting, the unrest that happened in July, the issues that happened with the flooding, the grey listing. We were there as Brand South Africa managing those investor panic modes to say we are a country that is, that is working and having the interventions in place, and we continue to do that so as to boost the investor confidence. So I thought, let me wrap up with those key action points that emanated from the last portfolio committee as recommendations, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brand SA. I now invite the honorable members to interact with this presentation of Brand SA. Honorable McGlew, followed by Honorable Pillay. Honorable McGlew.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to, requested earlier on the issues that I've raised. Some of it has been responded to, except that we want clear-cut answer, a crisp answer from the minister, whether the amalgamation will happen or not. I think that's the biggest crux of the issue. If it's not going to happen, to what extent will this department deal with the uncertainty in its ranks? But I want to raise an issue, Chairperson, pertaining to France 2023. We are all aware about the rugby. Nothing has been happened or said on the rugby from this department, seeing that its duty is to promote South Africa and to manage its reputation. Now, the Minister of Sports has failed to submit changes to Parliament pertaining to the South African institution drug anti-doping compliance. As a result, we almost had a situation where we will not be able to sing the anthem and not be able to raise the flag. I'm not too sure what the latest is on the appeal that has been raised, but I can lightheartedly and jokingly say I am happy, and I hope it's the case that most of the Brand South Africa ambassadors is still with us here in South Africa. If not, I would like a response as to whether is there anyone representing Brand South Africa that is currently in France? And also, I would like to know what was their role pertaining to what is now happening. What was their role in promoting the country in rugby with what we have also now faced pertaining to the anthem and the like. I'm asking this because it is poised that France will have 1.5 million village rugby enthusiasts, those who are going to watch the game. And furthermore, safe to say that it is also anticipated that almost 1 billion, which is a record, 1 billion viewers will watch this game. So I am curious to find out the role of this department pertaining to rugby. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Magu, for your contribution. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me welcome and appreciate the report and presentation. Firstly, I think, again, we must record our thanks to the department, to Brand South Africa for performing that well. And we must commend them. There are 27 out of 29 achievements that was met. I just want to know, because perhaps I didn't hear anything mentioned about why the 2 were not achieved, or what may have contributed to the 2 that's not being achieved. That's the first one. And Chair, unfortunately, this is Brand South Africa, and so they won't be able to answer for the Minister of Arts and Culture. And we don't expect them to be able to give a response on the previous speaker, because they're not going to be able to give you an answer for that. What I want to bring, Chair, is there's a post of the Inlovo Youth Choir that's doing a tour across America. And I think we all know as South Africans how proud we were when they achieved that status at the America's Got Talent. And I just want to know if Brand South Africa has been able to be in touch with them, for them to be able to either be an ambassador or to be able to fly that flag under that wing, because I think it's important. They are going across the US, and that's going to draw attraction because they come from South Africa. And then lastly, in terms of the linkages between tourism and Department of Arts and Culture in terms of branding, and also the fact that they would be promoting other departments and ministries. Do they contribute at all to some of the budgets in terms of what the expenses are for branding? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. I now recognize Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chairperson. But a few things here. Firstly, let me welcome the presentation. Let me characterize it as having dealt with what I would call screensaver issues. It's all the spreading the good word and what have you. It's really screensaver issues. I didn't hear what Brand SA has done with what is actually in the engine of what would make their screensaver job very difficult. It's one thing to be going around the world, going to Davos and spreading the good word, nice branding, attending cocktails and all of these things. Tick a box, I have no issue with that. But if there are things that make that screensaver job difficult, what is the Brand SA doing? For instance, there are key issues here which I think negatively affect Brand SA, the brand of South Africa, not your institution, the brand of South Africa. There are a few things that are taking away from all the screensaver activity that you are involved in. Number one, what is it that as Brand SA you have done to deal with the Phala thing, which has been an international embarrassment? What have you done? Because that negatively affects the brand. What are you doing on the issue of this perennial load shedding? I know that there are other departments that are line functions that do this, but you are actually responsible for the brand, and these things affect the brand. Thirdly, South Africa is rating very high. The very one thing that we rate high on is things like crime. We're the capital of the world in terms of crime. We're somewhere there in the top 3 or something. Have you engaged with the Minister of Police to raise your issues about why crime is undermining your screensaver activity, corruption, those things? Have you engaged anyone in terms of the impact of the Lady R story, where it turns out that this US ambassador has got no evidence to back up what he has done? What has been the economic impact in the country as a result of that unwarranted, misguided pronouncement of that ambassador of the US? What have you done about that? Because that has negatively impacted the brand of this country. Grey listing, a very important committee of the UN, ACTAF. One of the things that South Africa has been grey listed for includes things about money laundering, as it were. What have you done as Brand SA to deal with the real substance of these things, to get to the bottom of money laundering issues in the country? Have you spoken to any institution to raise the issues that your job is difficult when you go to Davos? Because then people ask you about why you grey listed. You are mentioning here, and I'm happy that you mentioned this, that to deal with investors here, you try and duck and dive, talk about why is it that you are grey listed and what we're going to be doing to improve things. But have you come back home to come to the delinquents that are causing us this grey listing? So in a nutshell, Chairperson, I'm asking, what is it that Brand SA is doing to fix the brand, as opposed to what it is doing to tell the good story, as it were. Lastly, the investments that you talk about, have you got a rent value that as a result of your activity? I mean, there are two things here. Sometimes we get confused there by these 17 investment shows where people just tell you what would have been in any event part of their capex, and they position that as an investment which they would have done in any event because that's just part of their business. Talking about fresh money that has come in as a result of the activities, do you have a rent value that if Brand SA didn't do what it did, we wouldn't have received this amount? What exactly did we get as a direct or a result of Brand SA? Thank you, Chair. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Honorable Manyi, for your contributions. Those are the questions from members. Can I invite the acting CEO and the team to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the question on sports. It is a proven factor that sports is a biggest driver of social cohesion and patriotism in this country, and we all know that. What we're reporting on and at this point is what we did last year as per the instruction. So we did not include rugby because rugby fell in this year. This is what we're doing now. To answer your question, is there someone there in France? Yes, there is. Are we supporting the Boke? Of course we are. We always do. Last year, we worked very well with, in the last fiscal, we've been working very well, particularly with the women's sports. We partner with people like the G Sports Awards. We also, like I mentioned, we onboarded Banyana as player part ambassadors. So sport plays a very big role in our reputation management strategy and story, because it positions us as one of the countries with the largest sporting prowess, and is a very well-respected country when it comes to sports. So we cannot do our job without including particularly our national teams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will take the other questions from Honorable Pillay, who also had a question around the other departments, if they do contribute financially to when we brand the country. And perhaps from the sports, we are not there yet. We have actually just concluded an MOU where we are very clear that if we were empowered financially, we will have a muscle to even augment and amplify the country messaging. So that is work in progress. But when it comes to the other departments, whether it's the DTIC, they are able to put forward rents so that we can amplify the little budgets that we have. The question from Honorable Maklua, I think my colleague has attended to that, but just to sort of amplify on that one, currently we do have a Siya Kolisi Foundation, who is our player part ambassador, and they have been carrying our audiovisual material that articulate who South Africa is. They are showcasing our success stories, particularly in sports. And helping, working hand in hand with the Department of Arts and Culture and Sports. So we do have people outside of the actual people from the department that we have mobilized. We've also mobilized global South Africans residing in France to make sure that they are giving and promoting the messages around patriotism, so that there's nation brand pride, and there are people that are rallying behind the team. On the question of Indlovu Choir, we actually did work with Indlovu Choir. They've even given us some rights to use them when we promote using video materials, when we showcase why we speak of a South Africa that inspires new and different ways. And then precisely the reasons to believe becomes then the show and tell. So from a perspective of opening up a door with a commitment to know that we can fully onboard them, that is the work that is currently underway. Honorable Manyi, there are certain questions that you have raised. I think in my prelude to this presentation, I spoke to the issues that emanated from the last portfolio committee in how we are to enhance and pull up our socks in protecting the nation brand. Perhaps I just possibly did two examples, but to be specific, our job as Brand South Africa is to bridge the gap between perceptions and reality. So what that means is we bridge that gap by bringing true reasons to believe in South Africa where there is an energy crisis. We are there with thought leadership, which Togo Modise did speak to. We are there with interviews that we coordinate to make sure that there is a narrative that communicates the interventions that are being done by government to deal with the energy security issues. That work might not be visible in South Africa, but we do partner with your likes of BBC, where they are essentially publicizing these messages, because we believe in bridging that gap by providing the actual step-by-step interventions in terms of what these things are being dealt with. We are collaborating currently, even now, with the Ministry of Police, including the civil society like Crime Stop, because those are our Play Your Part ambassadors on the ground, with a campaign that is called Play Your Part Vimba. Play your part, and ensure that you report the crime in your country. So there are reputational things that we do that are anchored on the domestic side facing movement that we called Play Your Part. With grey listing, there's ample of examples that we have shared even in the portfolio committee. Perhaps it's the new members, honorable members that we have now, but to showcase how we deal with the issues that are disabling us or crippling us from being seen or seen to be progressing. And perhaps if Chairperson allows us in the next future, we can provide a thorough presentation that will do a nice show and tell, just focusing on Brand South Africa's crisis management and reputation building management in the context of our disablers. But I also need to, on the last question that speaks to the rand for rand quantification of investors, I think it's very imperative to understand the role that we play in as Brand South Africa, because it can be misunderstood and has often been misunderstood. We were formed as an agency that is responsible for managing the nation brand reputation. If you look from I'll look from an academic descriptions, the nation branding per se speaks to the issues of influence, the issues of perception, which by default, when you look at impact indicators, you would start to look at the reputation scores. You start to look at the tone of the country over a long period of time. Are we achieving green, or are we always red? And you'll see that there are nice interactions that shows that we try Brand South Africa's intervention in combating the negative denting of the brand. You'll always find our stories that neutralizes the red and convert them into an amber. For instance, I'm just being technical, but there are issues. It's not like Brand South Africa is transactional. So when we speak of an Invest SA and we speak of in South African tourism, we speak of transaction-based agencies, demand-creating agencies, because you can measure the number of tourists that come into the airport. You can measure the number of investors, because Invest SA facilitates that. We play on the space that is quite difficult, because no matter how much of demand creation you do, but if your reputation is not great, people will not come to your country. So we are playing in that space where we are forced to deliberately and intentionally build a South African story. For every 5 stories that are bad, we put in 20 stories that are positive to dilute, because our media, unfortunately, also sells us short, because there are so many great stories. Even if you were to look at the list of what is going right with South Africa vis-a-vis a list of what is going wrong with South Africa, the right list supersedes by far the wrong. But the wrong always find an amplification that is so loud that actually, sort of shadows the good story. So we are strategically, intentionally are there. Even though I cannot say that Brand SA has resulted in 700 billion, but Brand South Africa has built the current reputation of this country, which is sitting at a score of 65. Why am I confident in saying that? Because if you drill down in that Bloom study, it tells you the sub-dimensions of drivers. So where is Brand South Africa plugging in? the media partnerships that we use, for instance, the BBC is the largest driver of our reputation in terms of being a messenger of great story. There's also the platforms that we use, such as Forbes and other ones, including the tourism, that we collaborate. But when you drill down, Honorable Manyo, you're able to connect the dots and say, okay, so this reputation profile comes from issues such as the brand associations that are constantly synonymous with South Africa, such as our landscape, our culture, our people, our heritage. Those are our competitive advantage, our financial banking sector. And you compare that across other indices, whether you are looking at a best country index or the good country index, or you're looking at the digital index, digital innovation index, you start to see correlation, because we must test if even our reputation study makes sense. So there's that thorough work that we do to try and connect the dots, and we are able to prove that actually the work of Brand South Africa is really impactful. So to sum it up, it might not be on a demand/transactional base, but it does a lot of influential work on the tone space, on the sentiment space, on the reputational score space. I think I have covered those ones, Chairperson. I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, is there any other member of your team wants to add before I raise one or two questions?
Yes, Chairperson. Chair, on the issue of Brand SA and Tourism SA measure.
DM, you'll come at the end.
My apologies, Chair.
Yes, I'm dealing with your administration.
Chairperson?
You'll come later. Can I, yes, acting CEO?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. No, I've cross-checked with my team, and I think the acting CFO was able to explain some of the issues that were raised by the AG. So Togo did start to also respond. So I think we are covered on our side. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, just from my side quickly, Honorable Manyi, is that a follow-up?
Yes, Chairperson, just a quick one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, firstly, I welcome the responses, but I think it's important for the CEO to know that some of these questions arise from the presentation. If you are going to put in your presentation that you are going to do investment attraction, it's in your presentation. Therefore, it should be natural to then say, how did you succeed? How do you measure that? The only way you can measure that is for you to give us rand. Otherwise, don't have it in your presentation if you don't think it's part of your call. So that's the one thing. Then secondly, Chair, just if I go into the website of the Brand SA and I look at that, I don't know how updated it is, but given that they are the face of the nation, I can only assume that it is up to date. If I look at just the number of people that are Hollywood acting in that thing, is just too much. Senior management acting this one, acting this one. So it's just too much Hollywood stuff there. What is happening? Why is there no stability? I mean, even the CEO herself is reflected as acting, the CFO is acting. Who exactly is permanent here? So, Chair, I'm just worried. It just gives a picture of instability. How can we have people that are themselves unstable, but they're supposed to present a stable country? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manyi. My other question relates to that. I wanted to check with the acting CEO. So the CFO is not here, is gone. What happened to the CFO?
No, I'm here, Chairperson.
You are the CFO or acting CFO?
Acting CFO.
I'm not talking about acting.
You mean acting CFO of Brand SA?
The CFO.
Oh, let me respond, Zolile. No, the chairperson is asking what happened to the CFO if you are now acting. So perhaps, Chairperson, to put things into perspective, is that Brand SA last had a permanent CFO in 2019. When that CFO was then had a DC, was on suspension, and then the case went on to the CCMA and all the way to the High Court. And that case then subsequently came back early in the year when that CFO had actually won at the High Court. Then she onboarded, she came to Brand South Africa in May, but negotiating that she would like to part ways with Brand South Africa. So we eventually came to a mutual agreement that she may leave us. So she left us month end of May. So what you are finding is Zolile has been acting since last year in November. As per annual report, you would have seen we had there was a phase when we had a CFO from MDDA that was seconded. That was after our own acting CFO who had resigned after this. The one CFO was suspended.
I'm fine with that. So the Labour Court would have put a judgment that said reinstate the CFO. That was the judgment. So
Yes.
why was she not reinstated?
I'm not sure, Chairperson, where that comes from. In my presentation earlier on, I did say she was reinstated. She was with Brand South Africa during the month of May. She requested through her lawyers that she would wish to leave us. That is why we entered into a mutual separation. But if you were to check, she was on our payroll leaving in May because it shows that we did comply with the Labour Court judgment and reinstated her. She just opted to put on the table that she would like to separate with us.
So you entered into a settlement, and how much did that settlement cost?
Her settlement was, if I'm not, Zolile, you can correct me, it was about 7.4 million, if I'm not wrong, but it's around there. And it's as per the court judgment ruling that we pay her for all the monies that she had lost in the past 3 years, that she was unemployed, including the benefits of her bonuses, etc., etc. So that was the amount that was worked out by our CFO, and we had to also declare and have it audited by AG. So all of those things were done to ensure that we do everything by the book and we comply with the Labour Court judgment.
And so would you confirm, therefore, the settlement was done when the board was not in existence, or the board was still there?
The board, as the DM had said, half of the year, the board left in November. And since November, what has happened is we have utilized as an entity under the guidance of our internal auditor, what you call a Section 49 PFMA, which allows and it states clear that where there is no body of an accounting authority, then the accounting, the CEO then takes basically takes over that role. So using that clause, that is why then myself, when I say the acting CEO, has been approving quarterly reports, and as such, the matter was of urgency. The right thing to do, though, we did inform the principals that this is the matter that we are facing, and as such, we are obligated to comply with the Labour Court, because the party that on the other side was, when we were stalling with the matter, they were saying they can't wait any longer. And knowing herself that she was the CFO, she started preaching the very same PFMA Section 49. So that is only the reason why we had to comply and then have and settle outside of the board, but we had appraised the principle so that there is transparency.
Okay, thank you. You deal with the other issues if you have to comment on the other issues raised by Honorable Manyi, and then I go to the DM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Manyi, I take your point, and I suppose it's true. Whatever you write, you must be able to substantiate. And my sin, for the level of my sins, as inscripted in the trust deed, it says Brand South Africa exists to indirectly contribute because we are not transactional. And in this presentation, I left the indirectly. But point taken. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. DM.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I think the acting CEO, she has already responded to many issues that were raised. Maybe I must welcome all the inputs received from the portfolio committee members. Only one question that was not answered is the issue of merging of Brand SA and Tourism SA. I must report to the committee that the issue is currently in the discussion at the level of the cabinet. We are requesting the portfolio committee to give us the chance, so we'll come back at the portfolio to give the status of the issue. Lastly, Chair, as the department, I must say that we are committed to work with Brand SA and try to assist Brand SA to bring stability in the entity going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Minister Mutawong, and thank you to your team and all your acting leaders in the Brand SA. I won't use Honorable Mani's language, but it's acting positions. Thank you for that. We're now going to step off this and go to our last item, which is Stats South Africa. We'll just take a 5 minutes break, and when we come back, 1:25, we'll ask the DM Morolong to lead his team in presenting Stats SA. Thank you. We just pause for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Welcome back, colleagues. We're now going to start our session, last session with the Stats SA. I now recognize the Deputy Minister Morolo to make his remarks, an overview, and allow his team to make the presentation. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me once more convey my appreciations to the Portfolio Committee for inviting us to present our annual report. Let me also convey our greetings to the Minister. I know she could be out of the platform now. Deputy Minister Mutaung, the DG of DPME, the acting CEO of Brand SA, and all DDGs who are here, especially of Stats SA, who are led by Mr. Calvin Molongwana. Let me also convey the apologies of the Statistician General, who has a bereavement of a family member who unfortunately could not be part of this important meeting. Chairperson, you would know that Stats SA is a national government department which is regulated by the Statistics Act number 6 of 1999. So in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act and Section 7 of the Statistics Act, the Statistician General has to submit an annual report to ensure accountability. The importance of the work done by Stats SA Chair in collecting, analyzing, and disseminating data, official data, and all other data and statistics cannot be overemphasized. Statistics are quite critical and important for planning, and that is essentially needed to break the chain of poverty, inequality, and unemployment that still trap many of our citizens. Statistics, Chair, are fundamental to understanding what basic services are needed, where these services are needed, and by whom are these services needed. We are also proud, Chair, to announce that this Tuesday, on the occasion of the 10th of October, the President received a report from the Statistician General on the census. And we now know how many individual citizens and all other people who now reside in South Africa. These numbers were read out at the media briefing that was convened in Union Building on Tuesday. Chair, the census report will now form the new statistical information baseline of the country. With this information at hand, government and decision makers will be able to make informed decisions about the future of our country. Stats SA produces and disseminates statistics under two broad statistical programs, namely economic statistics and population and social statistics. Both these programs inform data collection through census survey and administrative data sources. The 2022 and 2023 financial year has been challenging as the organization has had to wrap up census data collection activities under very trying circumstances, conducting the post-enumeration survey whilst protecting and maintaining quality of all other national indicators. And Chair, let me zoom into the census report, which is actually the bone of discussion and contention, given the fact that there has been an unauthorized expenditure incurred as a result of the census. We must indicate in the first instance that we are quite confident that census in its entirety, through its operations and finances, will be able to test, or rather stand the test of scrutiny. We, however, Chair, would follow through on some of the recommendations of the Auditor-General, chief amongst which are matters related to consequence management. We must also indicate, Chair, that we will also ensure that the audit action plan is followed through and implemented to the latter. Despite ongoing challenges, Stats SA successfully published 99% of planned releases for the year and additional releases on electricity, gas and water supply, as well as agricultural statistics. The other key priority is the legal reform, Chair. Chair, you would remember that we presented the changes in the amendment bill in the last month, and we are happy to have learned that this amendment bill was gazetted on the 6th of October 2023. Chair, we look forward to the next steps in the process of the finalization of this bill. Chair, you would also know that the organization has received an unqualified audit opinion with a clean audit opinion on the performance information. So on that note, let me invite the Deputy Director General, Mr. Calvin Molongwana, to speak on all related matters of the report, and if there's a need for him to sub-delegate other members of the executive to also make their own input. With your permission, Chair, I suggest that he does so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DM. DDG, the time now is 13:32. You would have 45 minutes to make your presentation, and your time starts now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Let me also extend greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Honorable DMs, and greetings to colleagues across departments. Chair, I would just do my video for greetings, but for purposes of the presentation, I would then switch it off so that I could really give more focus on the presentation itself. Thanks a lot. Can you put it on a short slide, Celia? Thank you. Chairperson, indeed, we are here to share the annual report for the financial year 2022-2023. Next slide, please. Frody Clark, are you there? Celia? Apologies, Chair, we seem to have, oh, there we go. Can you please put it on a slideshow, please, Celia? Thank you. In terms of progress, Chair, we thought let's rather start by the recommendations from the Portfolio Committee. And it's in two parts. I think we, when we presented the work program, we did get the recommendation from the Portfolio Committee, and I think later on when we also shared the annual report. And these recommendations do have a lot of similarities.
Sorry, sorry, Chair, I don't know whether the slideshow is showing to the presenter, but on my side, I don't have it in slideshow format.
Apologies. Celia, Frody Clark, can you maybe reshare the presentation once more, and let's try to get it in the correct mode.
Is it showing now, Alvin?
Yeah, it's showing, but I thought the request was for you to put it on slideshow mode. In other words, it must fill up the screen.
It's on my slide, the slideshow. Should I reshare again?
Yeah, like others did. It's now too small, actually.
On your icons, there's something that looks like a wine glass. You need to go to that icon and click on that.
Yes, I'm on that. Just
I can see
reshare
she's on a wine glass. I hope that she's not drinking it. She's on a wine glass.
We try again. Wine glass is full.
I think it's much better. Thanks a lot, Celia.
It's better now, we can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and
Manyi.
Honorable Manyi. Just to kickstart, Chair, on those recommendations on the Portfolio Committee, it's about State SA should expeditiously finalize and table the amendment of the States Act. And as the DM has, in his opening remarks, just gave an update that indeed the amendment bill has been gazetted on the 6th of October this year. In relation to the reduction of vacancy rate, there has been quite a number of appointments that have been made in the year reporting. But also we have seen a high number of terminations and transfers, which therefore, when it is looked at in totality, it appears as if there hasn't been much movement in relation to the recruitment itself. There has been quite a lot of internal promotions, and that has impacted on the reduction of the vacancy rate for the period in reporting. In relation to prioritize employment equity targets in recruitment, in particular looking at women, youth, and people with disabilities, there has been some slight movement where we are seeing women at SMS at 44.3%, youth at 9%, while people with disability remained at 1.2%, Chair and committee members. In relation to moving with speed in conducting the income and expenditure survey, we can affirm that we have hence commenced with our fieldwork in November of 2022. And on leveraging the use of technology, indeed, our household surveys are now fully using digital collection methods, which in the main come after a successful digital collection of Census 2022, as well as the post-enumeration survey. And we have also then since seen our consumer price index also going digital. Looking at the integrated indicator framework that supports, of course, the development indicators administered by DPME, the IIF includes all development indicators as defined in our SDG Agenda 2063, National Development Plan, MTSF, as well as the DDM. Next slide, Celia. Continuing with the recommendations, Chair, the first three are the same with what I had indicated in the previous slide, so I'll go to the last one, which says State SA should develop and implement an action plan in order to ensure that the deficiencies identified in the 2021-22 financial year are therefore addressed. And in this regard, we are funding the deficit on compensation of employees. That remains a challenge. The cost containment measures recently introduced by National Treasury is further enhancing the challenge that we do have. Of course, issues of critical posts have been identified that we hope we could still manage to fill. But as we stand, we know that we are overspending on compensation of employees in the current financial year. Next, Celia. Then moving to our strategic overview, Chairperson and committee members. We'll start with our strategic direction by just outlining our vision, mission, as well as our strategic outcomes. In relation to our vision, it's improving lives through data ecosystems, while our mission is to transform the production, coordination, and use of statistics through optimization, innovation, and partnerships. And while when we look at our strategic outcomes, they are in four folds. One, insightful data, agile operating model, interconnected statistical systems, as well as transformed capabilities. Next. Our strategic priorities for the year in reporting has been driving the legislative reform, conducting census 2022, sustaining the quality of national indicators, as well as driving transformation and change agenda. Then beyond looking at our organizational performance for the year in reporting, looking at what we do, starting with, of course, measuring society, which the DM did indicate about the two major areas, which is population and social statistics, as well as economic statistics. So measuring society would then fall under population and social statistics. And there we look at issues around education and skills, unemployment and job creation, health and vital events, poverty, inequality and population dynamics, housing and access to basic service delivery, governance, crime, as well as public safety. When we look at the economy side, we look at economic performance, price stability, financial performance of government and private sector, primary and secondary, as well as tertiary sector, environment and agriculture, also tourism and transport. Going further, looking at how we performed, in terms of our annual targets, 93.6 of our annual targets have been achieved. Of those, 6.4 were not achieved. Our vacancy rate is at 19.4, women in SMS at 43.3, while staff with disability remained at 1.2. A sub point, of course, Chair, which would talk more in detail, would then be the overspend that we see in this regard, which in the main talks to the unauthorized expenditure that we have seen on the census. Beyond this, this is just to affirm that of that 93.6%, it comprised of 390 planned targets, of which 365 of those have been achieved, and hence a recorded 93.6. And we can also affirm that a clean audit finding on performance information has also been recorded, as affirmed as well by the Auditor-General. In relation to branch performance, National Statistics System, methodology and standard, as well as economic statistics, all achieved 100% of their annual targets, while statistical operations and provinces, as well as population and social statistics, as well as statistical support and informatics, have achieved just below 90 and between rather 87 and 94%. The major area that has not achieved a lot being administration at 38%. And of course, as we look at the distribution of non-achieved targets, a total of 25, of which 16 of those are in administration, while 6 of those are in our population and social statistics. Looking at the major reasons for targets not achieved, Chair and committee members, issues around scope change and internal processes, the challenges that we had during census operations that led to the extension of field operations for another 3 months. We also had issues around constraints on human resources where vacancies could not be filled, but also dependency on stakeholders, both internal and external. Then looking at our key achievements, just looking at the 4 strategic outcomes, starting with outcome 1, that is insightful data. And in this regard, we are talking about data and information are responsive to user demands and therefore bring deeper understanding and insight for informed decisions. And as we look, it relates to 265 releases or reports that we did publish. But when we look at the innovation side, of course, there is the Residential Property Price Index, which is in its experimental phase. And really, this is another initiative from the economic side to really track rather the prices of properties and actually see how they are impacted as and when there are, of course, inflations in the country. But in the main, at the moment, it has been having a year running, which is not yet an official statistical report, but stakeholders are interacting with this report, and we are of the view that at the right time it will also migrate to then be an official statistical report. Looking at the income and expenditure, as we have indicated, we have commenced there with our fieldwork, and we are also digital in our collection in this regard. We can also indicate, Chair, that we have completed the completion, or rather the collection of census information by May of 2022, and also the post-enumeration survey has also been conducted. And as the DM indicated, the past 3 days, or rather on the 10th, we saw a historic release of the first digital census by the Statistician General, accompanied by another innovation in the form of Melo, where we were showcasing both robotics and artificial intelligence initiatives. Another issue there is strategic water source areas, where we compiled discussion document on national capital accounts for strategic water sources within the country. Moving beyond outcome 1, looking at outcome 2, agile operating model. And in this regard, we talk about business operations that are lean, efficient, and flexible. And of course, that is in the main modernizing of our statistical value chain. And we can say that the biggest process that we undertook to date in modernizing our statistical value chain has been the investment made in developing an end-to-end census data collection system, Chair, which I must emphasize that it is the first of its kind in the country and on the continent. Before we developed this system, there are only 2 recommended international systems for census collection, one by the United Nations and one by the International Monetary Fund. So having used those systems in the past, we therefore used our local skills to then develop a system that, of course, take into account our own needs and requirements, especially around integrating our geographical information systems, our recruitment processes with all our collection data collection systems. Of course, we have also rolled our digital CPI, which we call Primer. And of course, from a business process management, we have made strides there. We have already started doing business process mapping. I must emphasize, Chair, that on the census itself, even though today is not the day to discuss the census, pardon me, as from time to time, I also illuminate some of the issues that we are reporting, which might be census related in this report. We can indicate that when we started the planning for the census in 2018, the aim has been to do what we call computer-assisted personal interview, and therefore the plans have actually been anchored around that. However, as we then started moving with various tests, and in particular going into the year 2022, rather 2020, 2021, where we saw COVID-19 restrictions coming on board, we were forced to then be adaptive in looking at solutions to the challenge at hand. and hence the introduction of the computer-assisted telephonic interview as well as computer-assisted web interviews to then augment the initial collection strategy in that regard. So we had to be adaptive as and when the environment kept changing. Moving beyond outcome 2, looking at outcome 3, interconnected statistical systems. In this regard, we talk about people, systems, and technology that are interconnected, of course, through collaboration, partnerships, and platforms. And the main driver at this stage to assist us in achieving this, we are saying, is the legislative reform. And as we have indicated, that it has since been gazetted on the 6th of October. We also have a number of partnerships, but just to mention a few in this regard, Department of Science and Innovation, as well as the South African Police Services. And these are some of the processes that ensure that our South African national statistics system starts taking shape, because there is then good collaboration and sharing of data sources with partners in this regard. Looking at quality frame, we have developed the South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework, mainly for administrative records, and we do have the same for self-assessment in a form of a portal. And of course, we have got clearance report, and to date we can affirm the SAPS crime statistics as well as the research and development survey from the Department of Science and Technology. On the international fronts, we've actually hosted a number of counterparts or colleagues on the continent from various statistical agencies, Kenya, Eswatini, Mozambique, Pakistan, and Nigeria. While on the global front, we have recently hosted the Global Gender on Statistical Program. Moving beyond outcome 3, looking at the 4th outcome, transformed capability. We are looking at the capability of the organization and, of course, statistical systems being transformed. And in this regard, we are talking to issues of digital business transformation as well as change. From a technology point of view, beside the more than 19 systems that we developed during the census collection, we have since developed 4 domains for our enterprise architecture platform. On the people side, we have also commenced with skills and development strategy. We have also seen the biggest rollout on digital training during the census and post-enumeration, where a combined of over 100,000 field force have actually been trained. And then looking at system development, of course, automation of our statistical value chain. And I think the biggest we can record in this regard is the work that has actually been recorded or done during the census itself. We have also seen a revamped website in this regard. From a transformation and change point of view, we have launched the annual staff opinion survey. We have also launched the Pull Her Up campaign, which also looks at driving or promoting the recruitment of women into strategic positions. We have also introduced executive coaching program for leaders in the organization to assist in transformation and change agenda. Then beyond the outcome, looking at our human resource performance chair and committee members, this is just an affirmation of what I indicated earlier, that of the 19.4% vacancy rate, that translates to 643 posts that are still vacant. We have 81 females on the SMS, or rather representing 43.3%. Staff with disability hasn't changed at 33. That is a 1.2 percentage point, while the staff that have left, let's say, in the reporting period is 137, Chair. Moving beyond, of the 2,607 staff members that we have in Stats SA, 54.5% of those are female, while 45.5 are male. Then we look at distribution by population group, and of course trying to compare the non-SMS staff members by population group to SMS. We are seeing 88% representation of Africans, but non-SMS occupy 89.6%, while we have got 70% of SMS members as Africans. Looking at the Indian or Asian community, 1.6%. Of those, only 1.1% we have as non-SMS, and we have 8.6 in the SMS category. Looking at the colored community, 5.2% as an overall representation. We have 5.1 occupying non-SMS positions, while 7% are in the SMS positions. Then looking at the white community at 4.9, 4.1 we have in non-SMS, while 13.9 are represented in the SMS category. Then when we look at the age profile, we can see that the biggest cohort is the age 36 to 49, which represents 65% of the total employees in the organization. And of that 65%, 67% of those are female, with 62 being male. Then the next cohort being a group of 50 to 59, representing 24% of the total employees. When we look at males, females, on those, males are slightly higher at 28%, females representing 21%, while those who are already rather in the retirement ages, it's 3% as it stands. Then beyond the human resource, looking at the financial performance check, we can indicate that most programs have spent their budgets fully. That is Program 1 to Program 5, while Program 7 has only spent 77%. But of course, we have that 166% of Program 6, which in the main relate to the census overspend, as indicated earlier. And when we look at the actual amounts, Program 6 recording 2.4 billion in this regard. Then moving beyond just looking at economic classifications, goods and services, that's where we've mainly overspent at 188%, while on payments for capital assets, interest on rent and land, as well as transfers and subsidies, we are at 100%, at compensation of employees sitting at 98.6%. In relation to payment of invoices within 30 days, we can demonstrate that per quarter we have been hovering between 96 and 99%. The highest, of course, being quarter 1, where we paid 99.6% of our invoices. And I think the AG's report also attests that we do take 8 days to really pay suppliers. Looking at audit opinion, on financial statements, Chair and committee members, we received an unqualified audit opinion, emphasis of matter with unauthorized expenditure as well as irregular expenditure. And on the performance information, we received a clean audit opinion, while on compliance with legislation, there are material findings, and those relate to expenditure management, procurement and contract management, as well as consequence management. And the team would furthermore provide detail as to what are the initiatives that we are doing to deal with the issues as raised by the AG Chair and committee members. Then going beyond, looking at our strategic risks, from a demand side, we are saying demand far outweighs supply. And how we mitigate in this regard, the census results become a very good baseline for statistical information going forward. but also we need to see more investment with our strategic partners so that then the SANS program can really be enhanced. Looking at business operating model, this continues to be disrupted by, of course, both external as well as internal environments. How we are therefore mitigating in this regard, modernizing of our statistical value chain, and also exploration of the use of other data sources, and therefore to enrich that which we have. From a supply point of view, discontinued and reduced surveys, how we mitigate that. Poverty and inequality, income and expenditure data collection has already commenced, which will give fresh data in monitoring poverty and inequality. And of course, from a census point of view, the phase 2 of releases will start also looking at various thematic reports to inform programs of government. And then, of course, we look at research on alternative data sources, how those can enhance the work that we do so that we can continue to be relevant and provide usable information to the public at large. Of course, the challenge of high vacancy rate still remain with us. But as we stand, we know that our home bodies are not affordable. Our baseline cannot cater for the full home bodies that we do have. Of course, we have limited funding in implementing our strategy. And how we have been trying to mitigate for these challenges, we have reprioritized. We have also looked at identifying only critical posts that could be filled in this regard, so that then key work of the organization doesn't suffer. Beyond the risk, Chair, just as we about to conclude, we look at our 5-year strategic priorities being driving legislative reform, sustain and protect the quality of national indicators while we drive business transformation and change. The Statistician General usually use these words and the helakwala as he conclude his presentation. But as a messenger, Chair, I guess it suffices for me to say my summation of the annual report to the committee and committee members ends here. I do not have the rendition that the Statistician General has in relation to Ndi helakwala. Thank you.
Thank you. It's also a generational issue. You would not have been part of that generation that would have written letters and you are told that you're done at school if you can write a letter that comes back. So you can only get it as a narrated issue. Thank you very much for your presentation. I guess now it's time for honorable members to interact with the presentation. Do I have members? Honorable Bafuze Yabo has a hand up, followed by Honorable Mani. Any other member? I'll start with those for now. Honorable Yabo, your platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Yabo, just reposition yourself. We were not able to hear you. You seem to have been frozen, Honorable Yabo.
Been struggling quite a bit with connectivity. Hopefully, I will not be kicked out. Doing with Chair. Let me see if I can get better reception.
Yeah, it's getting better. Yeah, just repositioning.
Okay. Okay. To chair in the presentation, and let me welcome the presentation as made. And let me greet all honorable members on the platform, deputy ministers, minister, members of the department. Let me just quickly ask on the targets that have not been achieved, what has been the the major driving cause of the targets not being achieved, especially on the action program? Because I see that of the 25, 16 literally from one program. And what would have been the cause of such? That's the first thing, Chair. And what are the mitigating plans moving forward to ensure that that which has not been achieved becomes achieved at the next period of review? The issues around HR, Slalo, are they due to the current moratorium or are they historic? How old are these vacancies that are unfilled? How long have they been empty and unfilled? Are they funded posts? Are they unfunded posts? What are the issues there? Now, part of the presentation speaks to preparing the entity or the department for transformed capability on outcome 4. I would want to get more of the narrative on what steps are being taken to institutionalize this transformed capability, to make it part of the process moving forward for the department. Is it also part of building a new organizational culture, perhaps, where those who are in the department must primarily be conversant with technological advancements and be able to employ them in their day-to-day work? And at what level are these transformed capabilities being introduced? For example, Stalo, during a census, you would know that there would be field workers who would be brought in. Would field workers be also taken through to do their work with these transformed capabilities that speaks to tech, the utilization of digital technologies in conducting census field work? Or is it just specifically for specific strata of the organization? And this is on the transformed capability issues. And on the system development, who is responsible for automating the system? Is it something that will be done with internal capacity, or is it something that's going to be outsourced? And what is the potential cost of this transformed capability? And over what period of time is it earmarked? How long is it going to take from cradle to grave to see this transformed capability come to fruition? I would want to say that a vacancy rate of 19.4% is high, Chair.
it's high, and I think there should be a process outside of the moratorium. We know about the moratorium, but there should have been a process already to speak to filling these vacancies. In an economy like ours, where joblessness is the order of the day, and we know that we have the highest Gini coefficient. In fact, I'm speaking to the converted because these are the people who measure the Gini coefficient of our country. To have a vacancy rate at the epicenter of critical research, it's an indictment, really. And I would hope that the department will take efforts to ensure that this vacancy rate is dealt with post haste. We welcome the fact that the gender statistics are looking better, they are looking good. And we want to encourage that the department must keep it up. The department must keep up that good work. I want to ask and this I think will speak to the last input and question I will ask. On the financial performance, the audit opinion, in particular, the legislative aspects. What is the issue that arose where expenditure management is concerned? What is the issue that arose where procurement and contract management is concerned? And what was recommended as consequence management? Because consequence management cannot just be about putting people on suspension or taking them through disciplinary processes. But what was specifically spoken to where consequence management is concerned? Because as government, I think the first duty is to ensure that those who occupy specific positions, even when they err in their performance, there is a greater responsibility to ensure that capacity is built. And so my first take is that, Slalo, when you have people who do not perform as expected and who commit mistakes that are dire for the department, especially for its expenditure, the first place to go, instead of being punitive for me, is to start looking at the capabilities and the capacities that are there within the institution. And sometimes you may find that, I like to put it this way, that people are not prepared for a world that exists, but would have been prepared for a world that no longer exists. And so when they get into a post, what they may have boasted as their knowledge capacities may find themselves constrained in a specific environment. And so that speaks to the succession planning as well within the organization, organizational design, the design of posts, the understanding of each staff member of what their role is and how they fit into that whole ecosystem. Consequence management, therefore, must speak to whether there is a clear identification of what each person must do and what their targets are individually, and how it all fits in within the ecosystem of the organization before we speak about punitive measures. And of course, punitive measures must be rained upon over those who one would have known what they are doing, are clearly qualified, they know what their role is, and yet they still went on to do these misdemeanors. And I think that in that instance, yes, punitive measures can be the order of the day with disciplinary processes, all obviously following the legal framework of labor in this country.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo. I now recognize Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have 5 questions for the department itself and maybe just one for the DM. I was expecting that in the preamble by the DM, he was going to maybe reference maybe 3 or so objectives of the legislation and reflect on to what extent has this good work that is done by this department achieved the objective legislation, the objectives of the legislation. So I just heard him summarizing what they were doing and how important it is and all of that. But surely there must be some key objectives of the legislation that this department is responding to. So I thought the political overview would cover that, but I didn't hear it. Maybe I missed it. So that's the first thing. Right. In terms of the annual report itself, I note that there's 93.6% achievement, despite 19.4% vacancy rate. I'm struggling to understand whether we actually need these other people if you can achieve so much without them. This is almost like you've hit the lights out. Why are we even making an issue about these other people? Maybe you can save money there. I mean, 93.6 is almost 100% without this 19.4. So I'm not struggling. Who are these people that you still need? Acting CEO or acting SG? Who are these people that you still need? And then I notice as well in terms of the performance indicators that admin is sitting at 38%. And this is very worrying. You know, admin is usually on branch 1, where you'd find the big bosses of the organization, like your SG himself. Now, please make me understand what this means before I decide that it means we are poorly led. This is the conclusion I come to unless I'm informed otherwise. Why is it that we have admin performing shockingly bad? I mean, it's below 50, it's 38%. You know, this is where direction is given, resources are shared, decisions are made, and all of this. 38%, this is shocking. Can you just talk to us as to what's underlying this pathetic performance in this branch? And then on your HR, on your employment equity numbers, I'll be honest with you that I didn't find these numbers very useful because they were not articulated against any target. I mean, to simply say you've got 44% of this one, 23% of this one, against what? How do we know that? How do we know that that's good or bad? You know, surely there are quite a few things here. There's what to call it, economic active population, which you should have used to do your employment equity plan, which that plan would then have all those targets. And then when you start to articulate your figures, you articulate them against your plan, then you are talking. But to come here and just tell us we've got so many of this, so many of that, how is that good or bad? Against what? So how do we know? How do we say well done or poor or what? You just ramble on figures without a baseline to say this is what you were targeting, this is what you got against target. So I must say, I did not find those numbers useful without them being put against whatever targets you should have on your employment equity plan. And on the issue of the 188% payments of goods and services, and I just oppose that with your 8-day, 9-day payment. So you are quick to pay with money you don't have. What kind of management is this? You pride yourself by paying quickly, but you pay with money you don't have. You know, you have a very material finding here of the AG of unauthorized expenditure. And I don't see you apologizing for it here. I just see yourself hitting your chest to say you paid quickly. And yet in terms of the definitions, you've paid with money you don't have. But you don't seem, I don't see any remorse in this shocking operation. I would have expected, and I don't know why you don't have this acting SG, that surely as part of your presentation, you should at least cover a heading called Material Findings of the SG, of the AG, and then talk to us. There are 3 bullet points that are listed there. Then talk to us that on this one, this is what you're doing, on this one, this is what you're doing, and all of that. But I didn't find how you dealt with that. And the AG, when this presentation, when she made her presentation, I got the sense that you will give us more detail as to what gave rise to this financial misconduct, as it were. But you just glossed over it. No one spoke to the financial misconduct that seemed to have happened under unauthorized expenditure. Now, I also want to ask the SG, acting SG. I mean, the AG mentioned things about the department is big, there's all kinds of procurement issues with the census and all of that. But you and I know that National Treasury has provided for this. There's Regulation 16A, capital A 6.4 that talks to emergency procurement. I want to know, in terms of that, did the executive authority, this is a direct question, I really need a direct answer to this. Did the executive authority approve? Because that regulation requires approval of accounting officer or the executive authority. Did any of these 2 high-ranking, important people approve these things? What was happening? Talk to us about how you dealt with Regulation 16A 6.4 in terms of this unauthorized expenditure, if you are going to argue a lot of quick procurement and not following process. I mean, there's a clear line in the AGSA report that this department just does things. You don't follow anything. Actually, I can understand this, Chairperson, because the SG has got a very jaundiced understanding of independence. They just do as they please because they have to be seen to be independent. Well, we've got laws in this country, and you can't be independent of the laws. If you are a department, you've got to do things in a particular way. Why is it that this department seems to misunderstand its independence, that its independence means trampling on laws and just doing as you please? And then when you come here to Parliament to account, you say nothing about what the AGSA Auditor-General has said about these material findings. You need to address us, acting SG, on material findings, bullet by bullet. What exactly is happening there, and what is it that you are actually doing to remedy this situation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mani. And now recognize Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Let me join my colleague, Honorable Yabo, in appreciating the report, and the report as is an APP, but I want to say, we also appreciate and accept the stats that was presented on Tuesday by the SG himself to the President and the entire presidency. And Chair, I want to also give a round of applause from myself. Yes, the executive is growing younger. I'm so impressed, happy about the DM. It looks like the DM has adjusted very quick. He has everything on the tip of his hands. Even when you make your political remark or the opening remark, Chair, it tells you the DM understand better. And if I remember correctly, you don't even have 6 months. But let me applaud you, DM, to say you have adjusted very fast and very well. You are steering the ship very well. We'll also convey to you, Minister Uriah, indeed, we have a proper DM. Chair, let me go straight to, I think I've got only 2 questions. On the basis or on the observation that in their report, it's an emphasis. While Yabo was cutting, I could hear what he was saying, what I want to echo on the issue of the entity that has a relatively high turnover with 127 staff members leaving with various reasons. It's a worrisome factor, and you need staff members to work. There's no way. We want, as members of the committee, we don't want an excuse for you to deliver what you are supposed to deliver. Without staff, it's a problem. Then my question is that what is required to reduce the turnover rate of the staff in the entity? We want this entity to work well, and to actually because this entity is holding the country. Any department, any entity relies on Stats SA. So we want you to have staff. That one I want to emphasize. Even though you are saying your target, you have achieved your target with 93.6, and while we are observing that you are having a staff that is leaving with different reasons, we actually want you to reach your target by 150%. So I want to emphasize, and Chair, I also on the same point, I really want to make a recommendation to Stats SA urgently, as I echo Comrade Yabo or Honorable Yabo, the filling of vacancies must be urgent. We don't want to be given a reason of the entity not having enough staff, because it's important for the country. To Chair, I'm a woman, and on the other committee that I sit in Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. In their presentations, I've observed that there's only 1.2% of staff with disabilities, and there's only 43.3% with in terms of the SMS is only women. I have a serious concern, and I want to ask the department to say what are the constraints of having sufficient staff with disabilities. Is it your work not conducive enough for disabled people to work with you, or what? Because we must have a balance. We need disabled people to be part of the department. Chair, as much as we on the same breath, I want the entity to promise us, if they are able today or in the near future, bring us a program, a plan that tells us by which time, which date, which month they will achieve at least 20% of people with disability, and even in their small businesses where they give people opportunities to in terms of procurement, in particular women, they will have an increase of at least 50%. So on that point, Chair, I want to say it's only my two concerns, but all in all, I'm happy, and I can see that the entity has already started to pilot the technology. And, you know, I'll wish one day that robot, I forgot the name, but when they respond, I know they're going to tell us who's the robot, to come and also interact with us, as the robot has requested the president to be his friends. We might also as well want to be friends with robotics and assist the country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Phiri. That would have been my last hand from the members. Can I now invite Team Stats SA led by the DDG, and at the end, the DM will come in to respond to the issues raised by members, from Honorable Yabo Honorable Manyi and Honorable Piri. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members, for the questions. I'm going to allow, I've got a number of colleagues, we are 7 all in here. The acting DDG of Corporate Services, as well as the acting CFO, can take questions on our finances and HR, and then would allocate the remaining to the other members. If we can start with you, Bruce, over to you.
Okay, thank you, and I'll just show my face quickly and then switch off again. Good afternoon, everyone.
We don't see you, we just see the Springbok, but it's fine.
Yes, I was waiting for Honorable Member to actually see that there are some people supporting
you can switch it off. Thank you for supporting.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues and members, honorable members, I'm actually going to give a broad outline so that we can cover a few issues, and it will be crossing all the honorable members' questions, and where I've missed, the rest of the colleagues will come in. The census, and I think we're aware that we will come back to Parliament in terms of explaining the census detail, but just to give an overview as to how we ran into the unauthorized expenditure. We started the census during I think just when COVID started, and we've had challenges with COVID, lifting of COVID. We had the IEC elections, May or October, that was changing. Then eventually it was agreed it would be in October. Then we had census scheduled for February 2022. And what that meant was that during the COVID period, on the one side of procurement, the fleet rental companies got rid of all of their stock because there was no traveling, nothing in and out of the country, no tourism. And that then resulted, by the time we were looking for vehicles, about 4,500 vehicles to procure for census, that became a terrible exercise in terms of trying to actually find vehicles, because we started training on census in January of 2022. Now, besides that, the sourcing of vehicles and then you had your lifting of the COVID pandemic. You then still had that December holiday period. So vehicles were only available from about mid-January. That fed into February, and then Calvin will talk to the extension of the census. Because of the low response rates, it was decided to extend the census. Now, we had money until 31 March 2022 for the census. At that point, there was about 190 million which we had not spent, and we engaged Treasury and we requested rollover of those funds so that we could carry on. A decision was then taken to extend the census, because the census was in total at 3.2 billion, and now it's about close to 4 billion in terms of the overall cost of the census. So the decision the organization had to take was, do we then decide whether we stop? And to stop and start the project of this magnitude would have been doubled the cost of the census. Another issue, Chair, was the tablets. When we procured tablets, we started in February 2022. Factories in China were closed. We got the tablets in drips and drabs during the 2022 calendar year, and those tablets still had to be set up and tested and gotten ready for the census process. So the entire procurement process were challenges. The issue on the vehicles and the irregular expenditure, just quickly, is that there was a contract awarded in 2021 that we found, when internal audit was looking at it in 2022, they found that some of the service providers did not qualify to go through to the second phase of the evaluation. But when we were dealt with facing that shortage of the vehicles, we then procured from whoever we could get vehicles in the country. And that is the process we followed. We then, subsequent to that, then followed the normal tender processes for vehicles. So the continuation of the regular expenditure from 21-22 to 22-23 relates largely to the vehicles. The unauthorized expenditure process, it's a regulatory process in terms of regulation, and it's not just the one Honorable Mani referred to, is that we engage Treasury and we have monthly meetings with National Treasury prior to census. Our arrangements are such that we give them feedback on a monthly basis on all our major projects. They're part of those engagements, and we indicated that we needed to continue with the census. 8 provinces, 3 months, Western Cape went longer, and those reasons have been amplified in the public domain already. And we then followed all the National Treasury regulatory processes to seek funding, additional funding for the extended census. We've done the UNU, the unavoidable and unforeseen expenditure submissions. We went through the AE&E, and unfortunately, at the time of our request, government was faced with all the unrest and all the flooding and all the other challenges. So the demand for funds went beyond just having the census being concluded. Now, to come back to unauthorized expenditure, in 2016, National Treasury, if you look at our annual report, National Treasury stopped funding, cut funding on COE quite severely, to the extent that our allocation was much less than the warm bodies we had in the organization. That continued up until the 2021 financial year. So all that happened, honorable members, from 2016-17 till 2019-20, resignations happened. We lost people. We could not replace them because we were still trying to balance our budget. In 2020-21, National Treasury gave us 132 million over a 3-year period to start recruiting. We had our strategic plan approved in March 2020 by both our minister and the DPSA minister. And then due to COVID, we only started recruit advertising positions in August of 2020. And the decision we took was to advertise first with the restructuring of the strategic plan. There were colleagues affected by technology. For example, where we were photocopying census documents, it's now automated. And that happened in other areas of the operations as well. So then we had to do that, what we call the matching and placement process first. So we followed a implementation and restructuring implementation process. And then we offered, once that process was concluded, we offered internal candidates first the opportunities to apply for positions, because they've been now sitting 5 years without any opportunity of promotion within Stats SA. That concluded, and we ran through into where we are now. So in 2021-22, our vacancy rate was 19.3%. It went, women in SMS was 41.6%, and this financial year we're talking to, it was 19.4%, and it went up to 43.3%. Youth, 8.6%, and then it's 8% now. Persons with disability was 1.3%, and it's 1.2% now. Now, those are the reasons we have to show under administration our legislative commitments in terms of performance targets. We cannot meet our vacancy rate. We could not meet women at SMS. We could not meet youth targets. We could not meet persons with disabilities. And then also, the corporate services function under administration and finance was an integral part of the support group to census. When we recruited for census over 100,000 contract workers, field workers, and supervisors, We did not actually add additional corporate services support staff to help the head office staff with the functions. So they were concentrating on census work, and that then affected some of the reports. If you look at page 47 of the annual report, it's simple reports on census that were not compiled because they were busy still. The census was still ongoing. Even, as you know, the census has just concluded now, and there was the PES, and we had the IES as well. But that will then be, that answers Honorable Yabo's concern that obviously the teams will be able to now write up reports on census. But the legislative targets that we have in our APP will not be met until, and it will not even be met now in the current financial year, because recruitment has stopped. We've been instructed to stop recruiting, and Stats SA is now back to 2016, where we are over by about 60 million on COE due to the cost of living adjustment Treasury has implemented, and we have not received money for it. So now we're actually back to square one, honorable members, in terms of our funding challenges. We are busy now reviewing, and EXCO will consider a critical list where we are looking for field workers that have resigned, and also people at SMS level. We had, during the census, SMS, an acting CFO and a few other acting colleagues, but we tried to keep the continuity because those colleagues had the institutional and still have the institutional memory of previous censuses and what we were dealing with with the current challenges. So the HR challenges are very historic, colleagues, honorable members, in terms of what has happened. Our mitigation plans, as I've indicated, will definitely be achieved in terms of the reports that we had written. Why are we achieving 93% still with 19.4% vacancy rate? We have actually dropped some targets and across all branches to actually ensure that we can still deliver on the targets we highlighted. There are critical posts. We have lost senior women due to retirement and going to the World Bank. The Statistician-General has always, at previous committee meetings, lamented the fact that we cannot compete on a package level with offers to our female colleagues that they've received, and we can give detail of that when we meet again as to how many we've lost to international organizations. And we've also mentioned somewhere that Stats SA is recognized as one of the 5th top statistical organizations in the world, and that is why our staff are actually being poached as well. So the vacancy rate, unfortunately, will remain. If Treasury decides that there'll be no recruitment for this current financial year, and we are waiting our allocation letters, we will be sitting with the same challenges. The consequence management and all of the AG and ourselves, we have an excellent working relationship. They've indicated in their remarks that they will assist us and review our plans. We are already accountable to our governance structures internally. The audit committee needs to be appraised as to the status of dealing with consequence management cases, and we will come back to this committee to actually report on the number of irregular cases and the resolution thereof in terms of process. I just want to mention quickly also, Chair, is that National Treasury actually implemented a review of the spending of the census spending. Unfortunately, they had a death it was an external service provider. The CEO of that firm passed on, and they sought extension in terms of delivering their report. So we are waiting. I believe there is a draft report. Their review, not an audit, a review of the census spending. And what I wanted to point out was that the unauthorized expenditure I was alluding to over the years, where the budget was less than the warm bodies, we're actually appearing in Scopa on Tuesday to explain that, and National Treasury has already given their support in terms of some of the numbers, and we will deliberate at Scopa. And similarly, the unauthorized expenditure process will follow that process, and we will be requesting Scopa to conclude that before the 6th dispensation comes to an end, so that the information is still fresh in everybody's minds as to what has happened. So we're going to Scopa for 4 years of unauthorized expenditure, Chair, on Tuesday. And yes, definitely, we believe in progressive discipline, and we will follow whatever the labor laws allow in terms of our processes. So I think I've covered most of the issues, Chair, so I'll refer back to the acting SG. Thank you.
Sorry, proceed through your chair before I hand over to the acting CFO. If you could maybe also vacillate on what led to the low percentage in admin at Cluster, please.
Yes, thanks, Calvin. I actually spoke to the legislative targets that we had, and then also, so it's the employment equity targets that we could not meet, persons with disabilities, youth. There was a development of an electronic performance system which could not be completed due to internal stakeholder consultation. And then also the reports on as I've indicated, on census could not be done because the census was still ongoing. Because when I talk census and PES, and that work will then went into the current financial year. So that was same for all the audits, all the areas under the administration, which is executive management and project support, strategy, operations, and organizational development. There was a digital business transformation strategy that was also not completed as scheduled due to internal processes and reprioritization of activities. Similarly, so every report where in the annual report where we've highlighted where there were reports due on census that obviously could not be finalized because the census was still ongoing as at 31 March, in terms of all the concluding processes that had to be completed. What we just want to point out that, and we'll talk to it again, that we appointed approximately 68% youth on the PES project, and we will give numbers when we talk on the census as well as to how we created the employment for youth. In terms of recruitment for persons with disabilities, we've indicated in previous committees that we have engaged also NGOs that deal with persons with disabilities. So when we had any of these ads, and we've been running quite a few ads, Chairperson, so I just want to highlight that we have appointed over 400 people since 2020 as part of our recruitment drive. And just to read into the record, it was 136 males that we appointed against 270 females, which gave us a total of 406 appointments that we made, of which promotions were 194, that's internal promotions, and then 212 were external appointments. And we appointed interns also to assist in terms of the new strategic direction of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Through your chair, can I ask CFO then to add on a few things? Acting CFO.
Thank you, Acting SG. I'm gonna show my screen for just a little and then deal with two issues around the audit as well as around the issue of treasury regulation that Honorable Mani put down. The issue of the regulation which relates to procurement is not the bone of contention for the for the unauthorized expenditure. This unauthorized expenditure, the main cost driver of it is payments of field workers. Over 80% of this unauthorized expenditure is around payment of field workers. So it had nothing to do with procurement procedures or contracts. The contract management and procurement, the acting DDG has already spoken to. It just spilled over. So I hope maybe it brings into context the issue of irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure. It is directly linked to the census extensions, those field workers who were on the field beyond the period of the census, given the challenges which were raised in the Western Cape and other provinces. So I hope that has been clarified and will not be, taken out of context. The second thing that I want to bring to the attention, as much as we are saying we are having an unqualified audit report and it's supposed to be normal, I want to bring the history around the audits of the censuses and the achievement that as Stats SA we think we are celebrating. In 1996, we received a disclaimer. 2001 and 2011, we received qualified audits. And then for the first time ever during a census year, we received an unqualified audit report. I think we pulled through very hard, and hopefully going forward in 2030 something, when the other census come, we would be having a clean audit from the systems that we are building now. They should take us to a clean audit. Thank you.
I may conclude, Chairperson. Thank you, Acting CFO. Maybe just to also add in this regard, is that it's a pity that our report rather was focused only on the annual report, and that was a limitation by itself, because as indicated, the unauthorized expenditure relates to the census. But I am pleased, Chair, that the committee has affirmed a date where we'll have in-depth discussions on the census itself, because I think this wouldn't do justice really to not only the results as seen or as released from the 10th, but equally to appraise and take members of the committee into confidence the veracity of the planning and monitoring of the project as it was happening, so that then decision-making processes as and when they were taken, it could actually be evidence-based that they were not taken blindly, but broad consultations and engagements, and equally risk mitigating factors as to what are the best options under the circumstances, including the continuous update and engagements with Treasury, and as well as our submissions for either condonement of underspending or unauthorized or expenditures in this regard. So I think that session would really give committee members a much more richer report as to how the project was undertaken. But I just want to maybe, Chair, as I deal with the specific question of independence. I think Honorable Manye is using an unfortunate word that the SG has got a jaundice understanding of independence. I think the independence that the SG rather alludes to is the independence in relation to standards and methods of statistics, but in relation to governance and legislative issues that govern rather administrative processes of an institution, there we are not at all referring to the independence of the institution. But just to give as well, as I sum up, as we conclude, Chair, that despite all these challenges that we try to illuminate, which we'll share in much more detail with the committee in the follow-up meetings, of the tablets that we have used to date, we have already donated almost 140,000 to the Department of Education, which is almost 600 million back into the country processes of improving, of course, bettering the lives of all. But when we look as well as we were undertaking the census, just when we look at, beside this high turnover that we are seeing, equally of the senior management that were in the driving force for the previous census, we can demonstrate that we have lost 60 senior management who were involved in the previous census. And despite all that kind of turnover, we have managed to build capacity using, of course, local resources to even progress and build systems that were never built by any other institution except Statistics South Africa. And that's the boldness which we actually undertook the census with. Yes, there could be dampeners that are undesirable, like the over expenditure, as we see. But I think once members of the committee sees and appreciate the totality of what went into coming to this phase of the project, I think there would be really an appreciation and understanding that there was never negligence nor carelessness in executing of our responsibilities. And we therefore commit that we stand ready to rather come and account and share with the committee a little more on the work that we do, Chair. Let me pause at that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndate Mulungwana, for ending that those responses. Before I go to the DM, are there any quick, very short follow-ups, if there are, from members? Because we're now about to wrap up. I see Honorable Manye.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. First, let me welcome the responses. I just note, though, with a bit of nervousness, that now it turns out that the great performance of 93.6% performance achievement was because targets were dropped. You know, that does not inspire confidence. So we've overperformed purely because we lowered standards. That's what I'm coming to with the explanation that has been given. That's the one thing. So if my take is wrong, can I be corrected? Because that's my take home on this one. So also, on the issue of admin, that 38% issue, I assumed that it's central admin that where this problem is on branch 1 or something. But now the explanation given is that no, actually, this is it's almost like a culmination of all kinds of lapses across the department that gets accounted for here. So I'm just nervous now whether do we have double accounting of sorts here, where all the problems are concentrated on this branch so that the other branches, I mean, if you look at the performance of the other branches, Chair, they were all 100%, 100%, 98% and all of that. Is it some kind of maneuvering of numbers of sorts here that all the problems, just put them on admin so that these departments can look like shining stars, people get bonuses and all of this, when in fact that 38% should have been spread and accounted for by branch. So I'm just nervous about how that 38% has been, it's almost like the explanation given now. It's like it's a culmination of things that are across all of that. So I'm worried about double accounting on that. And then, Chair, the one question that I was not responded to, unless there's no answer, which I will accept, is the question I raised about the issue of targets. That is all very well and good to tell us how many. For instance, just by way of example, the number for women could look like a very good number, 43%, and then we can clap hands when we know that women constitute 52%. So I don't know what was the target. So I'm saying that the Chair, numbers that are not referenced against targets are actually meaningless. Can I get some straight answer on that? And lastly, Chair, I accept the explanation on the issue of unauthorized expenditure, that it's not what I thought it is, but actually it actually makes it even worse what it is. What you have here, Chair, you have a situation where you know beforehand that you don't have this money. It's not like something that just is thrust upon you. You know beforehand, before you even start, you don't have the money and all of that, but you still continue nonetheless. I think that's reckless on my part, and I would want to know. I don't know if the AG is still here or the DM is still here. What are you going to do about this? This sounds, unless there's a different explanation, because if we know you don't have money, but you still proceed, who made this call that you must proceed regardless? Sazabona Pambi kind of approach. I think that is reckless, unless some explanation is given on that. Thank you, Chair. Those are my follow-ups.
Thank you, Honorable Mani. Any other member with quick follow-ups before I ask Calvin Mulungane and team to respond, and then the DM? No other follow-ups? Okay, back to you, Mr. Mulungane.
Thanks, Chair. I'll once more ask my colleague Bruce maybe to go first, then I would conclude. Bruce, if you could go first, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As this committee is new, I think there are two of the DM members that have some institutional memory. We would indicate when our budgets were cut, we would indicate to the committee that some of the targets in terms of the frequency would have been adjusted to cater for the cut in the budget. So at no point was there a reduction of targets or being manipulated to cater for the vis-a-vis the vacancy rate. And that can be explained in Book 2. When you look at the Book 2, we provide the performance information. All the targets indicated for all the other divisions and even for administration are clearly outlined there. And it's also indicated as to why they have not been met. Administration, the program 1 covers various areas. It covers corporate services, Office of the Statistician General, and financial management. And so it's quite a large program, and it's all those areas that when I gave the detail, I was actually reading it from the annual report that we had tabled to Parliament. In terms of beefing up numbers for bonuses, SMS members have not been getting any bonuses, nor even normal levels 1 to 12 in the public service for the last 2 years now. And when we do performance reviews, it's basically the only benefit a person gets is a 1.2% pay progression. But that is all. So there's no incentive to actually manipulate any numbers in terms of any performance bonuses. In terms of the unauthorized expenditure, I think let us debate that again, Chair, when we meet again, and hopefully we'll have the Treasury report. I would also wish to say that the Auditor-General agrees with our interpretation of the disclosure of the expenditure as unauthorized, and that was what they highlighted in their report as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I conclude, let me ask rather Celia, Chairperson, who's the Chief Director in the strategy, to talk as well on the issue of targets. Celia?
Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight two things. The first thing is that any target that's not achieved in the current financial year, we actually either carry it over to the next IPP. If it's not carried over to the next IPP, we then monitor whether the target is achieved. So we have a separate monitoring process to monitor all targets not achieved. The second thing that I wanted to say, maybe just to emphasize the key priority for Stats SA when our budgets were cut, mainly on COE, meant that we didn't have adequate staff. Now, the Treasury regulation is clear that you should only include targets that are funded and affordable. And so Stats SA has gone through an extremely vigorous reprioritization process with the main aim to protect the quality of our national indicators. And how do we rather ensure that all the key national indicators continue to be published? And we have managed to do that. But that did come to, unfortunately, other targets that we had to either discontinue or reduced in frequency, as Bruce has indicated. So there were a number of value-add targets and a number of targets in terms of improving our business processes that we had to either delay or stop due to the fact that we didn't have the relevant staff in place, because we couldn't fill posts for 5 years. So every year we are actually looking deeply into how can we protect. You'll see in our strategic priorities is how do we protect and maintain the quality of our national indicators. So if all else fails, that is what we first and foremost want to do. Chair, and then I just wanted to indicate, and maybe it's our mission from the presentation, as Honourable Manyi has indicated. In our work program, however, we do have the specific targets that we are working towards around EE, and then we also indicated against the national targets, but we have improvement targets for women and SMEs, disability, and so on. Specific targets that we are working towards is outlined in our book 2 of our annual report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, as I conclude, maybe to once more say to Honourable Manyi and members of the committee that in Stats SA has no intention of being reckless, nor are we therefore going to do any reckless decisions without considerations of the laws. I know that we'll be discussing in detail further when we meet on the census, but safe to say, when we were in the middle of collection, or rather towards the end of the planned collection period, and at that point, it was then, because we're doing daily monitoring of the collection as and when it happens, it was very clear that the information collected at that point wouldn't be usable. I think we were below even 50% at that point. And at that time, we had already spent over 2 billion, if I'm correct, if my memory serves me well. And when we were there for sharing what then are initiatives that could then be brought on the project to improve the situation, it was very clear that stopping the project at that point would have then meant the entire spend would have been fruitless and wasteful. And worst, there wouldn't have been any census results available for the country if we had to stop the census at that point and then start therefore the process of requesting for additional money. Hence, our monthly processes of engaging with National Treasury was continuously indicating where we are, what are the challenges, and we then, even at the end of each financial year, had to then indicate what are the rollovers that would be required, or what are the possible expenditure that would be seen due to the allocations that are already given to the project, because the project had a 5-year span allocation to then execute. So safe to say, Chair, that I understand the anxieties that comes with the figure when you see it that way, but please allow that opportunity where then further detail and sharing rather of information would assist members of the committee to understand the cautiousness and the veracity that State SA management considered in taking a decision to continue with the census under those conditions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mulungwana and your team. Let me now invite the DM to have your last remarks.
No, thank you very much. Let me regurgitate the point I made earlier, that I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that Census 2022 will be able to stand the test of scrutiny. And we look forward to the engagements that are going to ensue with the portfolio committee, so that we must really explicate the work of the census. Let me say, Chair, that on the vacancy rate generally, I think beyond the discussion that is going to ensue on the census, we may want to really bring a new discussion in the committee as to whether we believe that State SA is fully capitalized to perform its functions in accordance with the Act. And I'm saying that's a discussion that we may want to have, because I don't think that we have really analyze the effect that these budget cuts have on the 250 or so reports that are produced annually by State SA, especially in the current economic climate that we operate under. And what are the factors that will really militate against the work of State SA in the event that especially with respect to planning throughout all organs of the state, in the event that these budget cuts continue to be experienced. So this is a discussion that I think at an appropriate time we may want to enter into. For instance, the organization continues to be challenged financially. National Treasury has, for instance, given a directive that the cost of living adjustment has to be funded internally. This has put State SA at a huge risk as an organization. So I think in the long term, we may really want to look at whether or not State SA is really fully capitalized to perform its function. I really wish to respectfully disagree with Honorable Mani on the fact that I would not have referred to the Act to demonstrate how this annual performance has been able to give effect to the mandate of the State SA. Chair, when I spoke earlier about, for instance, about census, it was with reference to the Act, because the Statistics Act enjoys that the Statistics General must cause a population census to be taken in the year 2001 and every 5 years thereafter, on a day determined by the minister by the notice in the Gazette, unless the minister, on the advice of the SG, and by notice in the Gazette, determines otherwise. And so when we spoke about the fact that the council gave a thumbs up and declared that the results are fit for purpose. We were actually extrapolating another part of the Act, which enjoins on the Council to advise the Minister of the Statistics General on their work. So I would disagree that in my overview, I did not reference the Act, because all these related matters are matters that are encapsulated in the Act, and therefore they would give meaning and effect to the work of Stats SA. But Chair, as I've already indicated, we look forward to our next discussion, which is going to be about census. Colleagues have already indicated that we will soon appear before SCOPA to give account of the census work and all these related expenditure. And I'm sure that having been able to explicate the work of the census, we will arrive at a different determination as members on the effects of the expenditures that would have been incurred during the course of census. But we really wish to thank you for your patience. We value all the inputs that and contributions that have been articulated by members, and we look forward to our next session. Thanks.
Thank you, DM and your team, and for the kind of work that we've done today. This would have been the last item of the day in terms of this annual report. Maybe as we conclude this part, to indicate that we will be coming back. We'll see each other in 2 weeks' time, specifically focus on the census presentation. What you'll be doing with SCOPA, it's about issues of expenditure. It's not the census presentation. They are not the line function for that. And maybe we need to sort out even that agenda so that when you come, you're well prepared. We'll interact with you. But for now, it's clear that we need to attend to three issues, which you seem to have wanted to raise, but which is not the space for that today. One is that as part of the agenda for the day, because the item will just be census, nothing else, that you prepare very well about telling us the efforts and irritations behind the work of this census. There seems to be a lot of that. Secondly, it's the product itself, the report of the census, which has been released in a manner that it's unpacked properly for the portfolio committee. But thirdly, would expect you when you come back in 2 weeks' time as a third item to then also indicate as Stats SA how that product is going to be executed. In other words, we will be expecting you to not just say, there's the census. The whole of government needs to respond to that. It's about how that will inform policy. And at that point, your kind of plans that you have to have that census mainstreamed in the work of government. So we're giving you another homework so that presentation will have to take into account those issues, the product, the efforts behind the product, and the irritations involved, including having to explain in a very detailed way the things you couldn't explain here today. And as I say, some kind of a call to action post the census. Otherwise, it will be useless to just have a census and all you have done is to produce another shelf document. And so we need to check the agility of Stats SA in terms of how it does that. And it means that in the presidency, that kind of discussion and interaction, if it has not started, would have to start to demonstrate that coordination. Would expect DPME to be interested in that space as it is their critical role as part of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation kind of work. So by the time you come here, you might have to tell us how you have interacted with those stakeholders. And I suspect that DPME might be very helpful in that regard. So thank you very much, colleagues. That brings us to the end of the annual reports of the three entities that are part of this portfolio committee today. We'll have our own work as the portfolio committee as to adopting of these reports and tabling them to the National Assembly. Otherwise, thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. And
Long
goodbye.
live the chair.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.